Mic check, mic check. Just making sure. Let's see what we have here, y'all. Yes, we do. Okay. Okay, so let me make sure I can hear myself. Let's see. I know I've been unable to hear myself lately. Not even sure if I'm live, to be honest. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I'm coming to the chat. Good morning, Queen. Okay, I am here. I can hear myself. Okay, what's going on, Queen of Cali? How you doing, sis? What's going on? Yeah, I said I wasn't gonna go live anymore. You know, I always quit YouTube, and so I'm gonna limit. You know, I'm not gonna be on here much because yeah, I'm not only when I have something I want to talk about. Which honestly, I've had a few things I wanted to talk about in the last couple of weeks, but I just kind of was like, yeah, not really too wanting to host anymore. You know, I'm not going on other people's panels and talking. It allows me to catch up on some people who I haven't seen in a while. It also allows me to, you just not have to be in control. You know, I like sitting back and being able to sew without having to keep the conversation moving. You know what I mean? And I don't know about this idea of leaving the channel because I don't be knowing what's going on when I'm asleep. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't be caring. You know what I mean? Like when I go to sleep, I don't want to have to come back to the channel and look to see what took place. And you know, I just noticed that the channel really doesn't do well when I'm not here. It seems like sometimes things might be said and people get offended, and then people blame me. Yeah, I get blamed. Everything that happens over here, whether I'm asleep or not, I get blamed. Oh, Bomb, yeah, Bomb, you allowed them to do this. And I'll be like, do what? And I'm like, was I there? Dude, I wasn't even there. Yeah, but you allowed this and you allowed that. I'm like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? This is a place where we all are adults. And listen, I don't know what to say. But anyway, I don't care. Let's get to what we're going to talk about today. We are going to talk about Priscilla, right? And I'm going to give you my viewpoint, which, you know, we're going to be clear. Everybody have their own mind. We're all adults. Y'all can think what y'all want. I'm going to think what I want. I think it was like a week ago. Somebody, you know, because her name been coming up. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really know the young lady, right? Her name came up, and I think I was over there by Jay Prince, and they asked me, what do you think about Priscilla? And I was like, well, the only thing I heard was that she's trying to get women to turn gay, right? And I say, and I'm into penis, and so therefore, you know, I'm not with that. That's all. That's what I said. That's all I knew about her. I think we did go over a video of her with Saint in the Center. But if anybody who remembers that, I was not here. I remember somebody saying, hey, Bomb, check out this video. There's this woman. She's the queen maker, and she's over there with Saint the Center. And I was like, you know, I was like, okay, y'all can do it. You know, I was tired. I knew I was going to bed. So I think Kira, you know, she played it, and I think I listened to maybe the first, maybe less than 5 minutes of it. And she sounded, you know, like she was able to talk to him and prove her points. He's well spoken, she's well spoken. And that's all I had to say about it. You know what I mean? That's all I had to say about the little portion that I did see. Anyway, I say this to say, I say that to say this now. I have my own viewpoints based on what and only what I've heard, right? And all of you also have a right to what you think. I think Koja was up here a couple of days ago, and Koja was right. Koja say, hey, you know, I listened to who I like her, and she said, and I chew on the meat and spit out the bones. And I was like, you are right, right? That's how it should be. Now, it's unfortunate though, in the time frame that we are in, some of y'all, we got to admit, there are some people who don't know anything about meat or bones. They don't know anything. They don't know how to determine if somebody is right or wrong. And so we do have a lot of people who are looking for help, direction, information, and they don't know, right? They don't know who to believe. And so what they tend to do is clinch on to individuals. You know what I mean? Like they clinch on to individuals. If they like that individual, they could like the way that person look, the way that person sound. To them, this person could sound like they're educated. To them, you know, just based on how they speak. And so they would cling to that person. And then when they, what they do is they cling on, and then they become followers, and then they become like cliques, which nothing's wrong with none of that. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that they either become too afraid to tell that person that they're wrong, or they don't think that person is ever wrong. So we're going to listen to a few videos, right? So I've been on over there when, what is his name? Damn. It's on the tip of my tongue. He was reviewing a video with her and a guy named, is it Eli? I don't know the dude's name. I don't give a fuck what his name is, to be honest. Okay, these niggas are dumb. So what I found about this woman, Priscilla, is this. She's well-spoken, okay? But she trips on her tongue every chance she talks, right? She says the most ridiculous things, and we're going to listen to it. We're going to listen to it. And we're going to really listen to her words. We're not going to just listen to the tone in her voice, because she sounds like she could be a teacher, right? Her voice is, she has an amazing voice. Oh my God, her diction with the pronunciation of her words is absolutely impeccable. When she goes to reach down and bring up a fucking book, man, you might think to yourself, whoa, and she's well read, right? That's what she knows what she's doing. She's putting on a whole goddamn production right in your face without you even really noticing that. The books happen to be right there at her motherfucking feet, as if she's sitting in the library. And no matter what the question is, she got a book at her feet that's going to answer that question. You know why? Because she don't answer questions, baby. No matter if she's being interviewed, she's going to steer the conversation where she want to. Her answers will always be the same. So when I watch her on these panels with these men, I laugh. I'm thinking, especially these niggas who want to talk about submission and what a woman's supposed to do. So I love it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm entertained, baby, when she smacks them down with their own talking points and she puts on a production. I enjoy that. So I don't have no problem with this woman. I'm gonna be very clear about that. But at the same time, I'm not somebody who gonna just because she a woman claim that I'm gonna support her. Now I know we do have some people who have made that statement, but that's not me. I'm going to say what I want to say about who I want to say it about. And I'm going to point it out to young women, because the women who support women, no matter what they say, they too are a problem. They too are a problem. Because they're almost saying, you know, like, they know that what this woman said is ridiculous, but they're not going to tell anybody, other women, that what that woman said is ridiculous. And therefore, younger women will think that, yeah, it's okay. This woman must be telling the truth. Right? So it's almost like you saying, yeah, young ladies, follow her because she's going to help you. Because that's exactly what she over there saying, right? She's the queen maker. She wants to make women queens. And listen, she said some things that I thought I agree with 100%. And then she said some fucking bullshit. Okay? So that's what I'm gonna say. And I like the fact that the men are on fire and mad about it. And I'm not talking about the men, I'm talking about the Black Manosphere men and those men. I like that they are pissed off at what a woman is saying and doing, using their own words. Using their own words. But Priscilla is not saying anything new, right? We know that Sinji, we had Black Womansphere, we have many women who are saying what Priscilla says. But remember what I said, Priscilla is putting on production, and nobody's really, because the way our brains are, we're not really seeing it that way. But that is what she is doing. Every time she pick up a book and tell you, I read, and then she said, and then she might read what's in that book, she looks like an educator. That's what she looks like at that time. That's how the brain processes that information. Oh, so that's just to know exactly what she's doing. I give her all kudos. But now we're going to listen to some motherfucking words, though. And by the way, I want to give credit where credit is due. Because people have been telling me, hey, Bomb, did you see her over there with Sister George? And I was like, nah, I don't really look at Sister George. And it's not that I don't, that I have a problem with Sister George. But yeah, I really do. There's some people I just don't fuck with when I realize that they are a danger to our community. When I realize, and I don't want to fight with women, I figure there's nothing I could say. I realize that I'm not really here. I'm not doing a great job at keeping women on, like, trying to help y'all figure things out. Apparently, I'm not the right person for that. Maybe the age group that I'm talking to, I feel like it's too late. I feel like it's way too late. So I do know the age group where if I go in the room and I start speaking to these younger, younger ladies, I call them ladies, but they're really teenagers, then I can catch them early. But there's nothing I can do with grown ass people. And I'm not going to fight it. And I'm not going to tell you, wouldn't you rather me pimp you out than him? See, I can't do that because I'm not that type of person. Because I don't want to pimp you out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not that type of person. I don't want to make you choose between me and that person. I don't have it in me. But it seems like that's what most people on YouTube of certain ages, that's what y'all want. Like, but I'm just not that type of person. You could take my information or you could leave it. I'm okay with that. In fact, I love it when you disagree with me and we come and talk. And shit, you might even be teaching me something that I don't know. I admit some of the things, I'm like, oh, what does that mean? Oh, okay. I'm definitely not up here telling y'all I know everything. And anybody who is telling you that they know everything, whoo, baby, Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I really don't. You know, you can see the anger in the women just like that. There's anger in the men. There's anger in these fucking women. These women are so mad and hurt. They were hurt at one time, and now they're angry, and they make money off of that. Which that's not the dangerous part, right? We all have some anger and disappointment in us, right? The dangerous part is when other women become angry at some shit that didn't happen to them because they received this transference, right? The anger from her was pushed on you, and now you're angry. And some of you are married, and y'all need to back away from this sector of YouTube, because this shit is bad. You know what I mean? Like, can you? And then I understand. See, I understand now. Well, when I came to YouTube and people found out I was married, right? Because I mentioned it. See, before I was married, they were like, you ain't gonna find no man. Nobody gonna want to marry you. And then I was like, well, bam, I'm probably one of the elders who married the longest on this piece. I haven't found many women with content who's been married longer than me yet. I haven't. Okay. So then it's, oh, you've been married too long. And then you the man. See, I understand what Cynthia G says to somebody like myself, what she did say to me quite a few years ago, was that you can't trust me because I'm married and I have sons. That's what she said. See, I'm untrustworthy because I have sons. And, I thought about that shit for a while. I was like, what the fuck are these women talking about? Yeah, you can't trust her, y'all, because she gonna love her sons. You motherfucking right. And but if I had daughters, I would love them just as much. If I was gay and had a wife, I would love her just as much, because I'm family oriented. I love my mother just like I love my dad. I didn't love one of them more than the other. So if I had daughters, I would love them just as much as I love my sons. See, that's what a parent does. And for those who are not parents, that's why somebody like Cindy, Priscilla, and the rest of these women who are angry, that's why they'll be able to convince you that she gonna be a mammy because she has sons and a husband. You see? Well, whether it's the idea that it will be biased, nobody, how you doing, Alpha? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that it's biased. That's what they accuse. That's what they're going to accuse all of you. As soon as one of you get married or she find out you got a boyfriend, you automatically become the enemy, non-trustworthy. That's why you would have a woman trying to convince you that you shouldn't be dealing with men. Now, see, I did like the fact when she says, ladies, when you get where you're going, wherever it is you on your way to, whether you are bettering yourself with your education, your job, when she said you don't let no man bring you down, you don't step down to reach and grab a man where he might hold you down. I agree with that. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really see that in our community. That's some shit that men are saying now. Like, I'm hearing men say, yeah, remember there was one guy who said Black women should give up their position and their jobs for Black men. I remember the guy who said it, the man, when they put out that motherfucking list, when they said that a woman who wanted to get her nails done was an issue. If a woman had weave, she was an issue. You see what I'm saying? So these are the type of men who are in the manosphere. So yeah, these are clowns. These are not fucking men. And so sometimes I try to draw a line in the sand. In fact, I do it all the time. When I say I'm talking about the Manosphere men. And I also say I don't give a fuck who is in the Manosphere, right? The Black Manosphere. If they are a part of the Black Manosphere, then they the fuck who I'm talking about. The niggers, the nigglets, the motherfucking dumbass motherfucking niggers, right? And I'm clear on that. I draw a line in the sand. And I tell y'all that there are different types of men in my eyes. There are the men, and lots of you know men, right? You know in your neighborhood, there's some guys, right? And I don't know how many, because it depends on your neighborhood. There's some men who have children and they have a wife and they are doing the best they can. And I don't give a fuck even if they work on a garbage truck. If they work on a garbage truck and they work every day to take care of they family, then that is a man. He don't have to be a millionaire. He don't need to be a six-figure earner. He's doing the best that he can for his family. Somebody told some of you younger women, though, he's not a man because he's not making a certain amount of money. But neither are you, though. You're not making that money neither. So are you not a woman? Or we could take it to another level. You're not cooking and cleaning like your grandparents did. Are you not a woman? So I'm saying I'm looking at two groups of people. There are these motherfucking men over here, and there's these women over here, and they are both the fucking same. They're not different. The men can say something that we all would agree with, and then they own some stupid shit. These women over here could say some shit that we all agree with, and then they own some fuck shit too. And none of them are saying anything we all haven't heard before. That's the thing that tripped me up. When people say, well, yeah, I listen to them and I agree with them. So I ask, well, what part? Like I'm literally just having a discussion, right? Because I want to hear. Because I cannot see myself sitting in a chat listening to some of these people for longer than a few minutes. I'm gonna be honest. As soon as they say something extremely fucking just silly, and I realize that based on what they've said, they haven't lived life, right? For real. I just like, oh my God, it's a waste of my time listening to them. Seems like some of you are not, y'all don't have that feeling, which is okay. You feel like, hey, I'm gonna listen. It's almost like listening to a song for the first time and you realize you don't really like it. And then you go to listen to it again and you listen to it again. See, y'all don't know, and we all know this. On the way to work or to school or wherever, you travel in your car, you can't control what is on the radio. So you just listen to it. You got to listen to all the fucking commercials. You got to listen to all the songs they put on and everything. After a while, you start humming a fucking song that you don't like. You, in fact, start liking it. Not only the song, but the fucking commercials too. Motherfucking commercials. They telling you to come to Rent a Center. Rent a Center, come to Rent a Center. Well, you know you getting scammed. Everybody know you paying 3 times that for that product. But if you listen to it long enough, your ass might pull up at a motherfucker Rent a Center. And so that's how the brain works. So when you say that you don't really agree with them, but you sit there and watch them for hours at a time, weeks on weeks, months on months, year after year, well, the idea that you don't like them, well, that's out the window, baby. Not only do you like them, but you are addicted to them. You have now been officially brainwashed. This is how the brain works. They got so much shit on YouTube that you can listen to. You ain't got to keep listening to the same people who you claim you don't really like. When a few people, like there could be some people on, I'd be like, oh, she's the only person on. Okay. Well, I don't really fuck with her like that. And when I say fuck with her, I'm not talking about her personally, him or her personally. I'm talking about, I just don't mess with their content. You know what I mean? I don't mess with their content because this shit is dangerous. I don't think y'all understand the state. And I'm only talking about here on YouTube, right? Because if I go on Facebook, I do see where it's over there, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of clubs, little groups, right? Private little groups that people have made with men and women in there having conversations, still trying to get together, sharing each other photos, like it used to be. Like, you know, who's the hottest? Hey, ladies over 30, post your pictures, let us see. Men with beards, hey, post your pictures, let us see. That shit going on. It's not going on as much as it used to. It still goes on though. People just doing it in private now. It's not happening right on their board anymore. Somebody creates a group and invite people to it. So that gives me hope. But this shit over here, though, this shit is sad. This is you don't respect the elders, right? Like, and the men are the worst at that shit. But the women do the same thing. I keep running into it, right? And so when I go off and somebody saw that, ooh, damn, Bomb went off on that woman for what? Because she's using the same terminology at me like the men. And I'm not going to fucking take no disrespect from no woman and not no nigga for sure. You know what I mean? And so some of the things I consider to be very disrespectful is the one where you tell me well, you older, so you don't know. Oh, well, you are married, so you don't know. Oh, in your day, it was different. How the fuck you know what it was in my day? What the fuck is y'all talking about? And then what do you mean my day, bitch? Today is my day and your day. Bitch, I'm still living. What the fuck? It's like as if I'm dead. Like, oh yeah, dead bitch. When you was alive, if you would be alive today, then you would know what we're talking about. Like, I'm sorry, what? What you mean in my day? When people said that, they really was talking about like their great grandmothers and shit. And I'm gonna be honest, like some of you, I have children younger than most of you. That means some of you are even too old to be my children, let alone me be your fucking grandma. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's ridiculous. Some of the shit some of you say. It is funny as hell. Because if you're not in your 20s, then you are too old to be my children. Do y'all get that? Like, if you aren't in your 20s, if you anywhere in your fucking 30s, you are too old to be my children. So to make it seem like as if I'm in a whole, like 100 years old, like 100 years ago, way back in my day. The only reason I'm older than some of y'all mamas is because your mamas was having you as teenagers. But see, my children are still in their fucking 20s. My oldest is still in his 20s. My youngest is in his 20s. You see? Queen. Shit. What's up, Queen? So I'm just saying the disrespect, so either I'm too old because I'm not old enough to be your grandmothers, because I'm not even old enough to be your motherfucking mamas. I would be one of your aunts. You see, I would be like your mother, your father, youngest child, and I'm in my 50s. Now, I guess if I would have had some children at like 13, 14, 15 in my teens, but see, my dad and parents didn't allow that. But and then, so I'm too old to know about relationships, although I'm in one. Like, I'm literally every day in a fucking relationship with a man who, when people say, well, the only reason he with you is because he can't divorce you. And I'm like, why can't he divorce me? What the fuck? Y'all talk like y'all don't know anything about anything, right? Divorce was out way before I was born. People make it seem like men were just able to start divorcing women and women divorce. I'm like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Like I said, I was having a conversation on somebody else's channel like a couple of months ago when a nigga told me that back in my day, women and men came together to create the Black Wall Street. That's what that nigga that nigga said. How did the women go from Black Wall Street to Hot Girl Summer? And he blamed it on me. And I was like, what, nigga? What? That nigga said, yeah, we had Black Wall Street in when you was born, bomb. That's what he said. I was like, nigga, listen, this nigga had me so confused that I hurry up. Because I was thinking to myself, wait a minute, maybe I'm off. I had to go and Google that motherfucker shit myself. Because I could have sworn. See, my grandmother is the one who told me about Black Wall Street, but she didn't call it Black Wall Street. Okay. We have names for things today, and back then that's what not necessarily what they was calling it. That's what we call it today. Okay. Anyway, my motherfucking that man told me that shit, and I was like, nigga. So I hurry up. I was like, did Black Wall Street get destroyed? This nigga. See, so it happens with not only with the men, because for some reason women, and I guess maybe it's because I guess how our society is. When I'm having a conversation with these men and they saying stupid shit, like they literally are, they don't know how to have conversations, and I do, right? I'm older, I'm listening to what they say. I do listen. They'll argue with me because I disagree with them and tell me I'm not listening to what they're saying. And I'm like, I do hear you. You just don't like that I disagree with you. No, but you're not listening. I'm like, nah, I'm listening to you. I just disagree with you. Nah, not bomb, but you, but then a woman will come up and be very dismissive with me, not with them. You know what I mean? Because if 2 or 3 of the men agree with each other, then I must be the one wrong. Now, I want y'all to think about that shit. I've been on this motherfucking earth for 53 years. Ain't shit you could tell me that I don't know about as far as living, right? I've done the falling off my bike or learning how to ride a fucking bike. And I've done other things that most of you have not done, right? Because I grew up hunting and fishing, camping, and all kinds of motherfucking shit, right? A lot of shit some of these niggas ain't never done. Okay. And then, so I done fell in love and I've been heartbroken. I went on dates and I wasn't chosen. For women, when I try to tell the men how it happens to women, they don't want to hear it because all they care about is self. What I got, we got to go and approach women and get turned down. And I'm like, well, women get turned down also. It just don't happen the same way. Women don't usually approach, and if she does, she do it in a way in which a man may not even understand that she's approaching him because she likes him. We do it in a different way. So this idea that only men get put down is some bullshit. I had a crush on a guy, and he ain't never know it. It never came out of my mouth. Just like I'm sure with some of you men, you probably had crushes on someone and you ain't never had the gall, the nerve to let her know. So what happens to me as a young girl and I have a crush on somebody who ain't never approached me that way? Y'all don't think we as young girls or women, you don't think we know about that? We experience that? The jock, right? The jock, the one who all the girls like. Since y'all like to go to school, oh Lord, because y'all always go back to elementary. Some of you don't even want to go to high school. You always talk about what a girl did when she was in elementary school. Because most of the games and shit that these men complain about, that's some childish shit which children do. That's not no adult shit. Women are not in the motherfucking street looking at you and talking about you. In fact, grown-ass women with lives don't have no time to be sitting out at no park judging and laughing at your ass. That's some shit that happened to you when you was a kid by a kid, but you push it off on women. And then we got a woman and she's talking this stupid shit that I'm about to play because I'm going off too hard. Let's just get to what the hell happened on this conversation. I'm just gonna say, well, I'm gonna play a little bit of it first because I'm gonna tell you something. This woman, she was having a conversation with the correct people, right? Like when she have these conversations, she having them with the right people, the people who are dumb. And you're going to hear, because I'm going to point out everything that this woman said. And how is it that there were two other women on that panel and they didn't even know how to give pushback? And then when they decide to give pushback, it's because she said something that was true about them. So most of the time we have women who are manosphere women fighting each other. I call it inbreeding and infighting, right? It's like sisters of the same, right? They're on here to make money and nothing is wrong with that. And the problem is that they're not really being truthful. I'm just starting to think that maybe I need to become a liar because shit, if you don't think I need money, then you're wrong, right? But I guess if I start just lying to people, maybe that's what I should start doing. I'll be like, oh yeah, girl, these niggas ain't shit. Which we already know they got a lot of them who ain't shit. But yeah, if I start talking about how none of them ain't nothing, but like Priscilla, for instance, who says she's married, right? She's married, and then she says they have a good relationship, even though they're not together any longer. So wait a minute, I thought they ain't shit. So wait, how is it that she get the only one that's good? Like the rest of us can't have no good ones? That you mean there's no other good ones out there for us to grab onto? Only her? Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. Oh my God. Rogue C, y'all, who is Caitlin, by the way, I know it's Caitlin, says, I still remember the jock all the girls wanted, and he never looked my way like that, and it hurt then, but I'm all good and married to the man I wanted now. They need to grow up. I agree, man. Listen, y'all, I had a crush, and you know, our time, since that's the way people like to put it, right? I know some of y'all, Like I know those, especially those of you who are in your 20s, y'all, yes, Caitlin is my children's age. So yes, she's young, right? And there's a few others that's young, who's my children's age, right? So I love listening to y'all. And yes, you are a different generation, right? You're young enough to be my children. But the rest of you motherfuckers, man, stop trying to treat me like I'm your goddamn, look, I could be your aunt. But don't be telling me I'm like your grandma. I'm nothing like your grandma, baby. The fuck? Y'all motherfuckers not teenagers, y'all motherfuckers. Some of you in your 30s and 40s. If you in your 40s, motherfucker, we in this damn here in the same generation. The fuck? Oh, Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of you, I'm only about 10, 12 years older. I mean, I was 12. You're my motherfucking young sister's age. I have a sister who just turned 40, or she about to turn 40 this year, as a matter of fact, in October. Okay? I got a goddamn sister who just about to turn 40. She's my fucking sister. She is not my daughter. Out of here. If you are 43, then I'm exactly 10 years older than you. If you are 33, then now we talking 15 years, right? Is that 20 years? 20 years. 20 years. I'm sorry. I'm doing it by tens. Okay. Now, if you are 33, then yes, if I had a child at 20, then you could be my child. If you're anything older than that, shut the fuck up. And just and treat me like I'm your aunt. And stop treating me like I'm your fucking grandpa and your grandma. I'm not your grandma, bitch. Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm playing right now. I'm playing. Let me put on a clip, y'all. I'm gonna put the link up as soon as we start listening to some of the things, because I'm telling you, y'all, this conversation right here, baby. And so I didn't want to put, when I put versus the Black Manosphere, because I'm gonna play a clip where that shit was funny when she was talking to that Eli or that dude, right? That dude was over there looking like a whole bum bitch. He deserved everything he got. Talking about him, and she was on it. Anybody can't just be on a panel with her, right? But they got a lot of you who would definitely been able to be on a panel with her. It's just the ones that she stumbled across in the last, wow. You know what I mean? She even went over there on Fresh and Fit. And damn here, they didn't know what to say. You know why? But she was using their words. She was using Manosphere words against them. Thank you for the cash app, Caitlin. Okay. My God, man. This shit was crazy. But she get on the men's panels. When she get on the women panel, they got to be a certain type of woman. And if they smart, they would catch some shit about some motherfucking trees. Man, this is the thing that made me do this, because y'all know I don't usually put people titles, naming my titles, right? The only person I used to do that to was Kevin Samuels, and I used to call him Kevin Scamuels, right? So I never really used his name, but everybody knew who I was talking about. But this shit right here is crazy, baby. Okay? Oh, Lord. When she talked about women trees and men trees, I was like, the fuck is she just saying? And look, it was a few of us. Like I said, I want to give credit to who panel I was on last night. It's on God damn it. Atari, Life of Atari. Okay. Life of Atari. I was over there hanging with her yesterday, and we had a good time last night. And she is the one who was reviewing this video. So I'm giving credit to her, because, you know, when people ask me to review it, when y'all ask me to review certain people, I just be like, I don't have time. Like, I don't want the headache. You know what I'm saying? And I know that I'm going to be disagreeing with a lot of shit they say. Like, I've already told y'all what's going to happen to some people. When I said it, I meant it, and it hasn't changed. Motherfucking YouTube is going to ruin marriages. And I want y'all to be very careful. If you are married on YouTube, this is for the men and the women. You have to watch the information that you are taking in. Okay? Like I'm not even joking about this. Like you have to watch it, because if you keep listening to it time and time again, the brain works. Look, this is whether you want to, you can say purposely, oh, I'm just listening, but I don't, no, the brain works if you hear it over so many times. Oh man, how in this shit? I hate when you, Apple make me slide instead of where I can say yes or no, and I don't know how to change that, but let me cuss these people out real quick. Hold up, give me a second. Hello? Yeah, okay. Then you ain't gonna say nothing. Okay. See, that's what happened. Anyway, listen, the brain works a certain way, y'all. Repetitiveness helps us learn, right? I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. This is no joke, right? Just as in with a child, and even us as adults, if you was learning something new, you would read it and read it again, right? You would read it. You might even, if you like me, you might have to write it down. Some people have to actually write it down. Like when you was in school, that's why the teachers had you take notes. Even though it was right there in your book that you took home every day, she had you write it down, right? Remember when you got punished? I'm not sure if this happened for y'all, depends on which age group, but I remember having to get to the board and say, I will not scream again, or I will raise my hand next time, or whatever I did wrong, they would have me write it over and over again, 100 motherfucking times, you know, or shit like that. But anyway, I say that to say this. The way the brain works is repetitiveness help you store it in your long-term memory. Okay? The more you hear it, you will then start believing it. That's why we believe a lot of things that we don't know for sure because we never looked it up. We never read it anywhere, but we heard it so much in our community that we just believed it. And that includes myself. So I say that to say, if you go to these areas where these women and our men are saying the same thing that you heard over there, and you heard it over there, and you heard it in your neighborhood, and you hear it, you will then take that in. You may even disagree because you're like, I'm not like that. But then you still store it in your mind, right? And so that's why I get on panel on these panels, and some of these women will be like, yeah, but I'm not like that. Her answer isn't, no, you're lying. That's not true. Her answer is, no, I'm not like that. That's what it should be. Like, no, you're wrong. In a lot of these things that some of these men and women say. But no, you think that it's true. You just think you're different. Motherfuckers, everybody's fucking different. Oh, I'm different. I'm better. I'm so much better. Yeah, in the neighborhoods, everybody in our Black neighborhood is so bad. It's just me and my family, we're different. Some of you even have the nerve to say, well, in my family, all I saw was this, that, and third. But that's your family, baby. You telling me everybody in the neighborhood was doing the same shit? Because I have not stepped in a neighborhood like that yet. I went even in what you would call, I lived in a neighborhood, y'all, for 16 years that here in Delaware, people thought was a bad neighborhood. Now, before I moved there, it had a very bad reputation. Years before I moved there. Okay? Years before I moved there. And that it held that reputation. It was so bad. The reputation was so bad that these motherfuckers changed the name of the fucking neighborhood to try to get new people who come into the state to move in it. But even in that neighborhood that I lived in, everybody wasn't the same. Yes, I had some neighbors who was doing some fuck shit, wasn't watching their children. But see, I was watching my children. I watch other neighborhood, people in the neighborhood watch their children. So just because I know that neighbor, maybe 2 or 3 others on this street didn't give a shit about their kids. What about the other homes? There's like 50 homes on this street. And because 2 or 3 of them didn't care about their children or where they was at, I'm supposed to say the whole street like that? Everybody in the Black community is like that? That's what y'all are doing. And most of y'all have not even been out in your neighborhood, you scary little bitch. You've been on the computer all your motherfucking life. You have not stepped out in your neighborhood. You ain't even got no friends. You don't know nobody, but you're on this bitch judging everybody who you never got to know. Shut up. Y'all, this generation of motherfuckers who've been on the internet since you've been born. You came out your mama's vagina click-clacking on a motherfucking computer. Ain't got the nerve to talk about what you see in the neighborhood. You ain't see that shit in the neighborhood. You saw that shit in a movie. You looked at colors, or all these motherfucking movies and shows about Black people being dope dealers and shit like that. And if everybody was dope dealers, then fuck, we wouldn't have no dope dealers. Did you ever think about that? If everybody was dope dealers, then why would I have to buy dope from him down the street if I sell dope also? I could just use my own stash. But no, nobody thinks of that. Everybody just know that our neighborhoods are so terrible. But you survived it though. So listen, we all went through some shit in our life that we don't like. Mostly the women. We got little girl, since I was a little girl, I've had some man of some age touching and grabbing on me. And I'm not on here talking about these men ain't shit. But I could though, right? I could be like, yeah, when I was 8 years old, it was a little boy who grabbed me by my vagina. I could talk about how an older kid, when I was a kid, and he was like 19, 20, which is a man, by the way, how he tried to take us off and rape us and probably murder us. I could talk about all this shit every time I went to school, got on the school bus, and some boy tapped me on the butt, grabbed me by my butt, and just was touching on my body all while I was growing up. Right? So little girls are going through that, and then y'all got the fucking nerve that when she gets on YouTube or Instagram or OnlyFans and make money doing something that she had no choice about when she was younger. The men are mad and jealous at the women. It's fucking ridiculous. Instead of you young men getting out there and having fun with the young women, nope, somebody on YouTube told you that you deserve a woman. And you don't deserve to have a woman who did this, that, and the third. And on top of that, you can't say happy wife, happy life, because you need to be upfront with her and tell her exactly what you want to tell her, when you want to tell her. Be inconsiderate of her feelings and everything. If you want to tell it to her, you want to tell it to her. These niggas have decided to say happy wife, happy life. And then they make it seem like a woman said that. No, that sounds exactly like a man. The men, see, men, the one thing I dislike about men, like my dad, uncles, cousins, that is something, even my best friend who's a guy, the one thing I dislike is that they don't argue. And what I mean by that is they don't even argue when they should argue. And I'm not talking about with their wives and their girlfriends. I'm talking about if they go and purchase an item and order an item and the item comes back wrong, the fucking men, all of them they would just be like, oh, it's okay. My husband used to do that shit and I hated that shit. I'm like, I wanted this. He'd be like, but yeah, but you eat that, so just eat that. I'm like, nah, go back. Let's go back and get what the hell I ordered, what I paid for. Don't you eat nuggets? Yeah, but I ordered a Big Mac, though. I ordered a Big Mac, y'all. I used to tell hubby, hey, let's check the bag. Even still today, he gets mad when I tell him not to pull off. Let me just, it's going to take less than a minute, y'all. It takes a couple of fucking seconds for me to go through the bag to make sure everything is right. That's all it takes. And he gets mad. I'm like, we in a drive-through, what the fuck? They can wait a minute. But he wouldn't do it. He'll just pull off and then pray, because he knows it's gonna be hell if that order is wrong. But at one time, I used to put up with that shit, because he and I would be arguing about some fucking mistake. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, or some motherfucker, Popeyes or somebody, some mistake they made. Him and I are now arguing about it. We're arguing about it because I ordered this. They gave me what the fuck they wanted to give me. Possibly, I'm quite sure it's a mistake, right? They didn't do it on purpose. We got somebody else ordered by mistake. So I'm not mad at them. I just want to go back and get what I asked for. That's it. And hubby would make it a problem. Let me say, you eat nuggets? Yeah, I eat nuggets, but I didn't order nuggets though. Yeah, but it's okay. You eat it. So just eat it. Man, oh man, listen, I can tell you stories after stories, right? But we're still fucking married. This idea that y'all think y'all gonna get with a man or woman and everything gonna be so perfect is fucking ridiculous. Y'all will have arguments, right? And how you argue will determine whether y'all relationship can sustain arguments. It's how you argue. You're gonna have disagreements no matter what, about everything, lots of things, all sorts of shit. It could be every day. Me and my husband have something to say and different opinions about so many things. But these motherfuckers on the internet have convinced men, and on the women's side, it's the same fucking thing. They got women telling you that men can't love. Once that woman convinced you ladies that men cannot love, it's over. It's over. Can you imagine? I can't even fucking imagine. Why would you marry somebody that you don't even love? I want to be very clear about this. I know some people say, oh, love is a feeling and it goes away. Tell them motherfuckers to shut the fuck up. Because let me tell you something. If I didn't love my husband, there's no motherfucking way I would be okay with us having the disagreements that we have. There's no way. Like, what the fuck would you be in a house living with somebody else for? If you don't love them and then they don't love you, like, what the hell are you there for? But like, what's the purpose of this again? What you looking for a man for? Shit, you could go and you could get some penis and get pregnant and then let him go about his motherfucking business. If all you want is a child, that woman is trying to convince y'all that men don't love and that they just use you. But that's how she packages it. But don't we use men as well? Because just like they need us to have children, we also need them to have fucking children. See how that works? So even if a woman only wants a child and not a relationship, she still got to use a man to get what she wants. Hey, don't shoot the messenger, baby. It's a fact, though. We got people out here telling you that somebody wanting something from you is bad. It is bad if they only want something from you and they're not willing to give you anything, that is bad. But if they want something from you and there's something that they have that you want from them and they're giving it to you and you giving to them, that's called a fucking relationship, a healthy one at that. But no, there's a few women on here, baby. They're telling you women, these niggas just want something from you. They just want something from you. And y'all be like, yeah, that's right. He just want my body. And I'm like, wait, why would you give him your body if you don't want his body? Because I had never had sex with nobody I didn't want to have sex with. You know what I mean? Shit. Like, he wanted mine and I wanted his. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Now, if you didn't want his body, but it was something else he was giving for that, then okay, that's a trade too. I can't tell you what it is that you might want from men. If you want his, what they call, these niggas call it protection, which, by the way, in today's society, these niggas ain't protecting nobody. Right? Most of these men can't protect themselves. They won't even protect themselves. And even when they see other black men protecting themselves, they call them criminals. If they say, oh, he was dumb, he should have just raised his hand. He should have, while he was getting choked out, he should have kept his hands in the air. Because if it's his fault, and it's his fault that he got choked out, because while he was getting choked, instead of him trying to get the people's hands from around his throat so he could breathe, he should have kept his hands in the air. That's what I heard Black Manosphere men say about a man we watched get choked to death. In fact, it was several of them in the last decade. I watched at minimum two Black men get murdered right before our eyes on fucking camera. And these Manosphere men was talking about how stupid those men were and they deserve it. And you motherfuckers want to tell women that you gonna protect them? Nigga, when? You ain't even gonna protect yourself. Anyway. Letitia was going on. Cola said, sure ain't. They're throwing you to the wolves and leaving you for dead. That's a fact. Jamie said, I like Priscilla. These men be having 30, 40-year-old women looking like they are 60 years old. It's beautiful to love men, but it's even more beautiful when you love yourself more. I'm happy for these. I agree. Listen, you should love yourself. That is a fact. That's what I've been teaching and talking about for years. And that's what, but for some reason, yeah, they don't like that. Nobody likes that for some reason. I'm saying that ladies and guys, right, for both genders, or how many other genders they have, right? I don't want to leave nobody out. You have to love yourself. And see, the one thing that the men don't like when I say this, and I say it every day, I don't give a shit. Young people need to find out who they are, and you cannot find out who you are by sitting in your house and not entertaining and being around other people. The men, and so when I tell people that getting married young is a very bad idea, because you don't know anything about yourself yet. Everything, even if you met this guy or woman, right, or girl in high school, right, and y'all think, oh, I dated him through high school, yeah, and that's all you know, that shit not gonna work. Now, especially if you get married too early. Now, if you may know this person from a young age and y'all like each other, y'all kicking it, you still need to go out into the world, get to know yourself, and then you might say, damn, Yeah, my first love. That's where I need to be. And y'all might find each other again and absolutely get married. But if you get married before you find out who you are out in the world, it's not going to work, because eventually, as humans, we're going to start to want to venture out, test the waters, different things. And that's when relationships end up breaking up, because y'all not on the same page anymore. One of y'all want to venture out and the other one might not want to venture out, or both of you want to venture out, you just don't want to venture out together, right? Because most people, they don't want to venture out together. That's called something else if you do it together, you know. And oh Lord, can't say that in this space, because if you say that, then they act like they're children in this space. Grown up people act like children. We can't even have adult conversations, because the men, they start calling the women whores. Even if we're talking about sex, we could be over here giving you men the map, everything you want to know about a woman. We have conversation, and if you just sit back and listen, you will get the answers that you want. But no, what you rather do is run off the channel, go to another channel, and tell everybody that the women were whores because they was talking about sex and their desires. And then some of these men started talking about, yeah, a woman shouldn't enjoy sex anyway. Y'all remember that one? Yeah, women shouldn't enjoy sex. See, they say that because they don't want you to enjoy sex, because now they're responsible for making sure that you enjoy sex. And then most of these men don't even know how to do that. That's how I know freaking frack, which is, y'all call them fresh and fit. I call them freaking frat, right? They've always been a joke to me. No, like I can imagine them being a cartoon characters, tripping over their own feet. Freaking frack is what I've always called them. And they started telling women that women shouldn't enjoy sex. And you know what? Other women, these women that I'm about to share the video, they was agreeing to that shit. Okay. Let me just play this goddamn video, y'all. I can't, man, when the mammies came out to play, baby, they were like, yeah, women shouldn't even enjoy sex. That told me a lot about them. Because I'm going to tell you, I enjoy sex. Okay, like sex to me is like, you know how the men like to watch basketball and shit? I like to have sex, right? And we laugh, and I like to do some shit that if I fall off the bed and hit my head, I just get up and we laugh about that shit and we continue doing what we doing. Sex to me has always been enjoyable. It's not supposed to be so serious, not to me anyway. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be trying all kinds of shit. Back flips, front flips, cartwheels, head hanging off the bed. You know what I'm saying? Seesaw. It's all kinds of shit. I done created all kinds of shit in the bedroom, baby. Anyway, let me get to this this video, y'all. Let me see. I have to share. That's right. If you don't know nothing about the seesaw in the bed, baby, just let me know. Let me know. Okay. I used to give out sex advice. I used to have Freaking Fridays. I'm the first person to do that shit. And I stopped because we was having a great time. There was a lot of us, women, men, and we all was having a good time. And one nigga, only one out of everybody, he went the next day, he went over there to another, in the Manosphere area, on a panel, and started telling all those men what we were talking about, but he switched it up, made it seem like, yeah, them women are whores, and yeah, and one of them did this, and one of them did that. I felt responsible for that they talking about these women, you know, in that way, just because we was talking about sex, but we was having a great time. Okay. Women, we was talking about different positions and different this and who done this and who did that. And have you ever did, we was having a great time. And it took a fucking man to ruin that, even though he was over here participating. And that's what I've been seeing men do since we were boys. I didn't know grown men did that. I am not ever thought in my mind that anybody over the age of 25, a man over the age of 25, would have done what this nigga who was damn near 40 did. And the Manosphere itself is a bunch of boys. I don't think y'all understand that. Y'all are acting like y'all boys who grouped up together, and y'all are passing along, y'all pouring to each other, holding hands, skipping. Y'all say, come on, let's get on our bikes. What's the name of that movie I'm thinking about? There's so many of them, goddamn. Right? Buckwheat. What's the other one? It. Remember in It, they had a group of friends and they was go everywhere together and shit like that. And they only had one girl and she was just like a boy to them for the most part. Bev was like one of the boys. Bev was like one of the boys. And that's who Priscilla is. Priscilla is Bev. Priscilla is Bev. And the little boys, they looking at her when she get undressed and she got on her little training bra and her big ass underwear that goes past her belly button, right? And when she took off her clothes to jump in the pool with him, she ended up cutting her hair like a boy. That's Priscilla, baby. Now the boys who playing with her and everything, they know she's a girl, but they think of her like a boy, girl. And, one or two of them may have a crush on her, but for the most part, they know that that's just my nigga. What's up, my nigga? What's up, Priscilla, my nigga? They dapping each other up, high-fiving each other and shit. Yeah. Anyway. And let's not forget, Priscilla says that you would rather her pimp you than a man pimp you. Where is the other option? How about nobody pimp me? How about if anybody gonna pimp me, it's gonna be myself. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna figure this shit out. If you want to help me by giving me some information, cool. But you cannot pimp me, baby. But I do think there's a lot of women who want to be pimped, though. I think she knows who she's talking to, and she knows she could convince you that you should be okay with a woman doing it instead of a man. Why let a man fuck you over? Let me fuck you over. I'm at least a woman. Why let him take your money? You just give it to me. Why let him fuck your head up? Shit, I'm just like you. Let me fuck your head up. So, and that's the talking point. That's her talking point. Let's get to this. Let's see. Oh, she about to break this shit down. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see this one. I hope she got the.
I'm married, so I didn't have a reason to. And Concrete was we both got married within a time frame, so we didn't have a reason to call into a show. So
right. So they're the ones who wanted his validation, because when you don't.
Okay, I think it's the wrong video. Hold up. Dude, what's her name? A woman's perspective, right? Yeah. Is it the woman or a woman? I think I'm subscribed. The breakdown. Okay, let me put that. Why mammies are afraid to decenter man? What? The picture she had up, that shit is funny. Let me see what this is about. God damn. Man, the way that shit ended was hilarious, right? Because she accused Sister George channel to being a man's channel, which it is, right? They are Manosphere now. They did kind of admit that they have changed, and that may be true or not. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It might be true. It would be nice if it is true. Here we go. I found it, y'all. I gotta get this shit over. Come on, goddamn computer. I want it. I have all these tabs open, and I have several browsers open. Too many. We're gonna see.
And had this same thought and had a collective thought process about Derek Jackson. Mm-hmm. The thought process about Derek Jackson was not like that of Kevin Samuels,
because Kevin Samuels was not stroking women's egos and telling women what they wanted to hear. He was telling women what men collectively wanted women to know. They collectively want to beat up on women. See, that's the part that you're not getting.
No, I don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, because there was a certain whoop that trick culture, and I would say that Concrete and I experienced the whoop that trick culture firsthand. We've experienced that. The space that we've been in, and I would say that we've actually rectified that, because we've come to an understanding of what that actually was and the space that we were in, and had to kind of come to like some conclusions about it. You know what? There are some people in this space that want you to get up on these panels, want to see niggas dog you out, want to see niggas talk crazy to you, want niggas just talking real reckless to you, talking up under your clothes. I don't necessarily disagree with you there. That being said, a lot of times I'm not gonna say that I thought that Kevin was lying to these women. Now he may have said the things that men wanted to hear as far as the beat up aspect, but in another aspect, I think he was honest with a lot of women as far as their dating standards, what they wanted from a man in comparison to who they thought they were as women. You got a woman with 5 kids by 5 different niggas talking about she want a 6-figure man, and it's the likelihood of that happening is probably not going to happen.
Okay, you see this, and so this is my problem with Sister George, right? And everybody who thinks they have the motherfucking gall to tell anybody what might or might not happen. The idea that she could say it likely may not happen should tell her to shut the fuck up. Because see, a lot of people would have said that she, as a single mother who wouldn't have never gotten married, but she found somebody on Facebook, aka YouTube, and got married. Right? I'm quite sure there would have been a lot of people 3-4 years ago would have told her nobody gonna be with you. No, you ain't never gonna get married. And so the idea that we have people who they're not even taking care of their own life, too busy wondering and caring what other people desire. So a woman who gets on a panel and she says, "Yep, I have 5 baby daddies. And so what? I'm still looking for the 6-figure guy." I'm not going to tell her that she might not get it, because she might get it, but it ain't none of my business if she get it or not. The only way is my business if she pay me to or come on my panel and wanting me to give her some advice. If you come on my panel and you say, "Bob, I would like to give you some advice. What do you think?" And then you tell me your situation and I give you my advice or what I think. But other than that, It's none of my motherfucking business. If the woman don't get what she want, then she don't get it. But you got to understand, I recognize women like this. And I need y'all to understand this for real. The women who sit back and look and watch, they're looking ass bitches, right? Looking ass bitches. Looking at other women and what they do and don't do. And then they got the fucking nerve to make it seem like, oh, you ain't gonna get what you want. See, they enjoy that shit. They got women who are jealous of other women. For whatever fucking reason. They got women who jealous of other women just because the other women could be women. A little more feminine, maybe a little more cuter, maybe a little more sexier. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so they down other women. And that's what these mammies have been doing. And I'm telling you, girl, you have your own fucking life. Why are you worrying about what she does? Now, let's say a woman goes over there by Kendra G, right? Kendra G is a show where you go up there, you give her some information, and then she'll ask you some questions. Even she don't tell a woman where you're not going to find that. You know what she tells the women? Well, do you really think that based on who you are and your situation, that you can require that? Or she might ask him, well, have you been around men of this, this six-figure earners to even, you can't get something that you're not even around. She may act, but even she don't tell them women that they're not going to get. But then here's this woman, though, newly married, wanting to be the marriage counselor, baby. Yeah. Well, the clock is clicking on that. Okay. If they don't remove themselves off YouTube and change it up, that's not gonna work. She's gonna be in the same situation she was in a few years ago. And I foresaw that, and I've been saying that for a while now. Okay. That's my issue with this woman. That they are newly married. I just want y'all to, when I say newly married, I'm talking about 2 years. Newly married. Right? Newly married and acting like they got all the answers to marriage. It's funny. Because if you don't, you got to go 7 years. See, 7 years, we all have heard it. And if you haven't, you're just really young. But y'all haven't heard that 7 year, they got this thing called the 7 year. A lot of marriages can get to 7 years. You just got to get over that 7th fucking year. If you can get over that 7th year, that means you make it to 8 years, then you can push on. But then you come to another, when you get at like 20 years, the same issues that popped up at 7 years ends up popping up again. Right? The issues within that 7 year is, I don't know what it is about that 7 year. I heard it even before I got married. And then when I was married, when we was in that 7 year, baby, it was almost like, why am I here? What are we doing? And I started feeling like, I feel like I'm not getting anything out of this. You know what I'm saying? I'm a mother. Yes. I had both of my children at the time, and I'm about to hit 30. And y'all, I'm telling you, when I turned 30, baby, I started doing some shit. When I turned 30, because, I got married young. I'm a teenager when I got married. I was either 18 or 19 when I got married. Here I am at 30, right? We married 10 years. And now I want to figure out who the fuck I am. Like, I got these goddamn kids, and I feel like I'm in a rut. That's what they call it, right? When every day you're doing the same thing. And then I realized, well, everything that I'm doing, I'm not really being pampered, because I'm doing the pampering. Like, I'm pampering the children. And then I'm also pampering my husband, right? And I'm making sure And my husband's still working too, right? He working, but it wasn't about him. I can't tell you anything about him. And that's what people need to understand. You don't, whatever you go through, it's about you. You have to deal with you. You have to deal with how you feel. You have to deal with everything you're going with. You have to deal with your health. You have to make sure that it is a priority. You can't make yourself not a priority and then blame somebody else for not making you a priority. You are the person who's responsible for you. You cannot blame somebody else for you, even in a marriage. Because if you will push you to the side, then guess what? You teach people how to treat you, yo. And I'm not even lying about this. I need y'all to understand. Somebody said, oh, okay. Somebody, you teach others how to treat you. And so me as a mother who was doing everything I'm supposed to be doing as a wife and a mother, at some point, I started feeling like, hey, I'm missing out on something. I'm not getting something. I started saying, well, he's not putting me first. But really, it was me not putting me first. Right? Because I was taught that the children come first. And they do, by the way. If you have children, your children comes first until they become of a certain age where they can take care of themselves. But I was putting my children first, and then I was putting him after the children. And he seemed to me at the time, seems like he was putting himself and the children first. And so that leaves me last, right? I'm putting me last and he putting me last. That's how I felt. So I had to then say, okay, if he is not going to put me before himself, then I'm not going to put him before myself. And that was the contention in our marriage when I was 30 years old, 10 years in. I decided to put myself first. And baby, he didn't like it. He didn't like it. He didn't like it. Because I would do what I need to do for the kids and for the whole family, of course. But then I was like, I'm going out this weekend. Yep, me and the girls, we're going to see strippers. And he didn't like that at first. And then he was like, okay. He realized that he had to, you know what I mean? He realized that, you remember that thing when you say happy wife, happy life? Well, he realized that, okay, she makes me happy and I need to make sure that she's happy as well. Because we are fucking people. I'm not just somebody's fucking helpmate. The fuck y'all think this is? Who taught y'all that shit? And whoever teaches you that shit, you need to go and stop listening to them. The fuck y'all think this is? Women are supposed to just be helpmates? That essentially is telling us that we're slaves. Like we are only there to help him. And if he don't have no job for us to do, then there's nothing for us to do. And then he's supposed to assign the job. So he tells us what it is he want to do. And then I'm supposed to say, okay. And I'm supposed to help him, huh? Or do y'all think that it's supposed to be that as we are a family, I'm supposed to have his back and he's supposed to have mine? Like I'm really supposed to come before him in his case, and I'm supposed to put him before me. And that way we make sure that both of us, our needs are being met, right? I'm making sure his needs are being met, and he's making sure my needs are being met. But the talking points online is not that. The talking points online is that this man, just because he was born with a penis, that he is the deciding factor. He makes all the decisions. And that don't make no goddamn sense if y'all know people. They got men and women who are not good at many different things, but their mate may be better at those things. Wouldn't it be more positive if the person who knows the most about whatever situation y'all dealing with is the person who comes up with the plan? But nope, that's not how we talking about it. We're making it seem just because he was a man, he's better at it. And I can tell you, I was raised by my mother and my daddy. And my daddy taught me a lot of things. I know how to do a lot of things that my husband do not know how to do. And he knows how to do many things that I do not know how to do. We make a good team to be, and when we're not fighting, like, you know what I'm saying? Because we never really fought. My husband met me in the military. I was not this submissive ass motherfucking woman looking like I need a man. In fact, when I got married, I wasn't even looking for a fucking husband. I just stumbled across him. That's the facts. And when I stumbled across him, I was dating other men. Some men be like, oh no, she was dating other men. Oh, yes. See, that with my husband, that don't make him feel bad. That make him feel good. What you mean? Like, I had all types of options, and he is the one I chose. I didn't marry him for his fucking money. I didn't marry him just because he was the only man to come forward, as if I needed him. I chose him because I wanted him. I desired him. He was the best of the pack, and the pack was a nice pack too, because I didn't deal with just any type of guy. See, I wasn't searching for love because my daddy always loved me. If I didn't have a daddy, I had uncles, and they always loved me. My mother and aunts, they always loved me. Like, I come from a family of strong women. And when I say strong, they strong women. That means they understood what they were doing in their marriages. Their husbands were not pushing them around, and they wasn't pushing their husbands around either. This fuck shit where somebody got to be in charge. Nah, that's not really true. Like, somebody got to be in charge. What type of decisions are we making every day where somebody has to be the head person in charge? So I got to run up to my husband and ask him, hey, babe, can I go to the store? Y'all got me fucked up. If I'm going right now, I get dressed, I jump in my fucking car, right, and I be gone. And right before hubby get home, if I'm not home by then, I say, hey, babe, I'm going to be home later. And that's it. If he asks me where I'm at, I'll tell him where I'm at. If I decide to, be like, hey, I'm here at the Walmart, I'm not, out of just saying it, like naturally just saying it, but I don't feel like I have to check in. He not checking in on me because he trusts in me. See, that's what that's called, baby. That's called trust. Okay. And for those of you who don't trust who you with, then you need to, like, I don't know what to tell you, because there ain't no fucking way I'm gonna be worrying about if my husband cheating on me. And I remember, people like, he probably cheating right now. He could be. And do I look like I'm concerned? I'm not. Am I supposed to be? Huh? Am I supposed to be concerned? Am I supposed to be every day as a wife being concerned about, is my husband cheating on me? I'm supposed to be going through his phone, his pockets, anything, looking for numbers, going out to the car. Look, I have not even, my husband bought a car a few years back. I think I sat in that car twice. I've never sat in the back seat. I never looked in the back seat. I never looked in the back there, where he have his fish and shit. I don't even know what's in that truck. Like, that's on some real shit. I don't go through his shit. And this idea that, well, he could be cheating. Well, I don't think so. But yeah, he could be cheating, and I could be cheating right now. I could be cheating right now. Right now, while I'm sitting on here with y'all, I guess I could be cheating too. But see, that's called love. See, some people say, well, you stupid because you trust him too much. I trust him because I love him. I love him and I trust him. And I got 33 years of information that makes me trust him. Now, I know as humans, anything can fucking happen. I can be shocked out of I could end up finding out. Somebody could call my phone and say, hey, I'm pregnant with you for your husband. And I guess I'll deal with that when that happens. Yeah, I'll deal with it. But I ain't worried about none of shit like that. Okay. Anyway, somebody said I should let me come and check. Let me press play on this. Here we go.
But you know what? I tell the women the same thing. I tell them Kevin Samuels didn't lie about that. Why? Because men are incapable of reaching women's height. And so what you're asking for is delusional because men collectively can't even meet basic standards. So in order to get women to get with men, you literally have to bring women down. So
what does that mean? That men aren't able to meet women's height in their basic standards?
It's real simple because guess what? A woman, the woman that got him to go viral, she was a 6-figure earner, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to money, the very first thing is we ain't making that. We can't do that. So if women start to elevate financially, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, men will not be able to reach those heights. If you go to the website that they always reference and say, put what you want in a man there, whatever you put in, that's only 1% of the population. So here's the thing. Women are actually, quote, you hear it from them. You hear it from them. The reason why women can't find a man because they became the man that they wanted. They say that out their own damn mouth. So what we not going to do is act like Princella's not saying something that they are not acknowledging themselves. So what?
That's right. She's right. Right? Priscilla is saying what the men are saying. This is what these men have said. They're, the women, they want too much. Or like that woman. That woman was a 6-figure earner. And she said it's hard for her to find a man. She just wanted a man who would pay for dinners instead of her having to do it all the time. That woman was not requesting too much. And Kevin Samuels told her that if she don't lower her standards, she was going to die alone. And that shit went viral. And the thing is, it didn't go viral for what it should have gone viral for. Right? It should have embarrassed the men, but the men took it as him embarrassing her. Because the truth is, if when a woman says she runs a business, she is successful, and if you niggas have to tell her that she needs to lower her standards, come off her height, and bend down to scoop some nigga up, and y'all proud to say that to a woman, you should be ashamed. The men should have been like, maybe you're not looking in the right place. But nah, even Kevin himself said there's only 1% of men making that type of money. And that is sad. And then the men started walking around claiming that only 1% of the men make that amount of money. But then they started claiming that they happen to be the 1%. Yep, I make 6 figures. I make 6 figures. I guess it depends on where you live. If that 6 figures is really 6 figures. She was making 6 figures in Atlanta. That's good money in Atlanta. But 6 figures is not good in California. That's, it's good, but it's not the same 6 figures that Kevin was talking about. So when I said that Kevin Samuels was going to ruin our community, that is exactly what I foresaw before he even got big. People know it because I was talking about it. Like, he would come over and ask me what I'm talking about. And I told him that I foresaw he going to tear up and ruin our community. And he has done exactly that. And now we have other people, women and men, who are coming along and doing the same fucking thing. And I'm like, I'm tired of this shit, right? I was okay with tackling him down, but damn, like, look like what he started is here to stay. And the only people going to stop it is the listeners. Like, at least get up here and push back at some of these people. Like, these people, like, who are they to give you the information that you're craving? For you women who want to be married, like, why aren't you finding somebody who's married, been married for a while, and can give you answers? Not answers that they read in a fucking book. Not answers that, that they think might be the way. So I don't know. This channel is just like my channel. What's the difference between this channel, the woman's perspective, and Bomb Cherry channel? Nothing. I'm over here doing drama, and they over there doing drama. That's it, right? Except I speak truth, and they just guessing. They're guessing. Now someone said, and I heard them, and we're gonna hear her say it when she changed, right? Because the men had to smack them down a few. See, I as a woman, I shouldn't have to smack no woman down, right? I'm like, hey, you in that space, you know that this is all they do. Kevin was alive, man. I believe in Kevin. Yep, Kevin was right. Even just now, like Kevin said something that was true. This woman just said that Kevin was right about a woman because I guess in her eyes, that woman wasn't pretty enough to request what she was requesting. But I can say it about this woman, right? I guess there's levels to this motherfucker shit. There's levels to it, right? So I ain't got to say it. Jessica X, though, did tell this woman that she not even no better than that woman. Because, see, there's always a more beautiful woman out there to sit on another fucking woman's pride. So since Kevin shitted on that woman, and then they decided to get with Kevin as he's shitting on women, then Jessica X took over and said, well, shit, who are you? So the infighting with the mammies, baby, is hilarious. And all it took was Jessica X to be around because Kevin himself shitted on these two women on this panel that I'm sharing right now. When they was trying to get together, they all got together and they started another channel. I think it was Obsidian, Jessica, and these women, and Kevin would go over there, and yeah, that didn't work out too well. That didn't work out too well for some of these women. That shit was funny to me. Like I said, though, it's nothing but mess. Hierarchy, they trying to figure out where they fit. And it's weird because women, we don't have to do that. Well, I ain't never had to do that. I never had to shit on another woman to get a man. All I had to do is put on a beat and be like, I'll take your man whenever I feel like it. It'll better a bit. It's a damn promise. Look, it's not a threat. It's a promise. That's my generation of women. We didn't have to fight each other. In fact, there were so many nice looking men in the world that's one for everybody. But nah, Kevin Samuels decided to tell y'all that y'all need to be fighting for a particular type of man, and he got you fighting over a particular type of man, and then it's at the same time telling the men, well, yeah, you got so many fighting for you that you don't even have to have one. You make the money, you can have 2 and 3 of them. And these women were like, yeah. And I was like, you dumb bitch. You think I'm sitting here sharing my man? I'm not. Y'all got me fucked up. In fact, I know exactly what to do to make sure I ain't gotta never worry about it. But see, when I tell women, I'm only gonna share that information with you in private. I'm never gonna give out the information that I think you all want and really need. I'm never gonna share it out in the open for men to be all in it. And a woman who does that, she not caring about you ladies. There's certain things that's supposed to remain just to us. Once it's out in the world and the men know it, then now it won't work. It won't be as effective. So I am saying, and y'all all, most of you who are over here, you know it. I'm telling you, I will tell you things that will be very beneficial to you. But it's not for men's ears. Your grandmother should have been telling you shit like that. Your mother also should have been telling you, hey, what we share here is only for us. But on the internet, young people want to just give it to everybody. And it makes it less effective. You tell a woman what to do in order to get a man. And if the men are listening, now it's less effective because the men know the trick. Right? There was a book, act like a lady. Wait, what it was? Act like a lady, but something, think like a man. I think that's what it was, right? Act like a lady, think like a man. That book came out. This nigga was saying all kind of shit I ain't never heard. My grandma never gave me none of those tricks. That's a fucking man's thinking right there. That whole book and movie, that ain't got nothing to do with us women. That's a nigga. That's a man telling y'all to wait 90 days. Now think about that shit. He told you to wait 90 days. Now everybody in the world, all the men know that 90-day game, which didn't exist before that, by the way. I ain't never hear no women ever in my life say, yep, I'm making him wait 90 days. I never heard that shit. Okay? So, and so what I'm saying is this. He was selling books and the movie was good, I guess. I don't know. To me, the movie wasn't good. And people, but what was weird is that people started acting like that was a diary, that it was a Bible, like that is how you do it. And I never met no woman who told me that Steve Harvey helped her get a man from doing what's in that book. These men started playing more games with women. And 90 days, what the fuck that mean? You think you hold back your sex for 90 days? You think he now thinking of you like you are something different? Listen, I'm telling you that sex is the least of your fucking worries in a relationship. You could give up sex on the first date and still keep a man if y'all are connecting in other ways. If y'all meant to be together, if y'all really want to be together, if you meet his qualifications as far as, and you know, men is visual, but for us ladies, it's visual too. I don't know who told these niggas that women don't care about looks. Y'all got us fucked up. You know who told? That was in that book though. That's a man's thinking. A man think that women don't care about looks. But I ain't never been with a man who I didn't think was attractive. The fuck? I had a type. You have a type. She has a type. He has a type. We all have types. And if a person meet that type visually, then they got an easier time getting closer to us, right? So we all are human and we all are visual. Men are more visual creatures. That's what they say. But that's not fucking true neither. They're not the only visual creatures. There are certain things that have been shared by men for years. Because women, we didn't share our information. In fact, if I were to be honest, Prior to my parents, women were supposed to be good girls. So that way, that means we didn't talk about sex. We didn't talk about our desires. We didn't talk about it. That's why the men don't know. But now everybody's out here telling. But the only people telling is the men. And so I would venture to say, how do he know if the women haven't told him? You know why? Just like y'all say, patriarchy. The men have decided what you like, ladies, and what you don't like. They've been spreading their rumors for centuries. Women like this and women like that. Women should do this and they shouldn't do that. So, yeah. And then now we got women who claiming that they care about you. They're claiming that they care about you. They want to give you information, some shit they don't even know. This woman mentioned fucking male trees, yo. And these other two women didn't have shit to say about it because it was above their head. They don't know anything about trees. The fuck, I ain't never hear nobody say that this tree is a male tree and this is what the fuck? Oh my God, here we go, y'all.
The fact of the matter is, if you allow women to elevate without the male, the average male will not be able to reach her standards. So in order to get Black women or women with men, the only way that you can do it is to keep women from moving up the ranks. That's the only way.
That's interesting.
Male can't do it. He can't do it.
That's interesting. Seeing as though we have men on average have higher earning potential per year. Just their average earning potential is higher than Black women. If we just look at Black men versus Black women. And then if that's the case, I don't think we would have so many single mothers in the predicaments that they're in, because it's not a man that's holding them back.
Okay, first.
What the hell did she just say? Now, as far as the men earning potential, that has to do with patriarchy as well, right? They give men more money just because they're men. It has nothing to do with are they highly more educated? Are they doing the job better? It has nothing to do with that. It's just patriarchy, right? And that's from the past, where women didn't really work. And then when women did work, they knew that the women was working, but she didn't really need to work because she was more likely married, right? She was married. And so they would give her some money so she could help the family because, maybe the husband lost his job, was hurt, and they would hire a woman to come in. They were like, you're a woman, what you need to work for? And then she had to explain why she was working. They would give her a job. I know some of y'all don't know none of this, but I'm literally like, we're like the first generation of women really getting into the workforce. Okay. So I watched my mother, right? The highest she could think about being was either a teacher or being a secretary. I remember growing up thinking, oh, I'm gonna learn how to do something y'all probably never heard of, shorthand, right? I haven't heard shorthand since I was a little, young woman. I actually, since I was a woman, I haven't heard nobody mention shorthand. Okay. But my mother knew shorthand. So she taught me some shorthand, right? Because I remember thinking, oh, I'm gonna be a secretary. I watched shows where the Black women were mostly secretaries, right? Even when you watch white women be news reporters, if you saw a Black woman working on that show, she was the secretary. She wasn't the reporter. She wasn't writing the article. She was just the secretary. She answered the phone. So me growing up, that's what I thought. But anyway, y'all have a generation of not, and Miss, how should I say this? Y'all generation has more benefits, more things, but you don't know where we come from. And my generation is right there at the change. I'm at the change. My grandmother worked in other people's homes, and she had 10 fucking children. She had 10 of her own children, but she went in white women's homes and cleaned and took care of their children. This was a real thing. Black women has always worked. When I get in these conversations with people, y'all act like, oh yeah, women just started working and you think it's your generation, you know, but no, Black women have always worked. I'm talking about always. There isn't a time when Black women was at the home just being housewives. Children, your oldest sister or brother was the one who took care of the children. That is how our community was. When y'all like to get on and beat up on Black women and shit, y'all always like to talk about what another community was doing. And then to be truthful, their community on large wasn't doing it that way neither. We wasn't always just the poor. We was the poorest maybe. There was many white people who was just as poor. This idea of white women or women sitting at home. This idea that women did even way back when the men was the hunters and gatherers, and that's fucking bullshit too. And I've been saying that shit for years. It took this woman to get on this panel, and when they said that they didn't believe her either, at least she pulled out a video. But see, anything a white motherfucker tell y'all motherfucking dumbass niggas though, y'all believe that. I've been saying with this woman gonna play a video, I've been saying it for years. But all we need is to find a white man or a white woman saying it, huh? And then now, ooh, I didn't know. Well, I told this woman that Sister George was on my panel years ago, and she was over there by another woman who wasn't even married anymore, was divorced, teaching them how to be married. See, I know the grift. The grifters now come from an older grifter. Sister George came from a grifter in order to become a grifter. Talking about some shit they know nothing about. And here I am sitting over here and I'm asking her, well, what did you learn, girl? She told me she spent some money and bought the little, thing. And I was like, well, what did you learn? And she went to tell me, I said, oh, but your grandmother, nobody told you this already? Yeah. And then she admitted, well, she didn't learn nothing. But see, that was the thing. Y'all got to understand this is about money. And I'm not even against people making money. But y'all need to understand that you're putting your money into people who not giving you no information. She got some information from another woman and she realized I paid for the information. There'll be some other people who pay for the information and she putting out that information. But like I said, that other woman didn't have no goddamn information neither. It's almost like if I read somebody's book and then I decide to sell y'all the information that I just read out of somebody else's book. It's really stealing, to be truthful. Stealing other people's ideas. Straight out of their motherfucking, man, these motherfucking grifters, baby. Okay, here we go.
First and foremost, what is earning potential? Because potential and kinetic energy ain't the same.
Actually, it's what they earn per
potential
year.
is in fact though.
I misspoke though. It's not even their earning potential. What the average Black man's earnings versus the average Black woman's earnings, I think there's like a $10,000 difference.
Okay, all you have to do is pull up the facts. That's all you have to do is pull up the facts and post.
See, this is how Priscilla kills them. She's right. All they got to do is pull up the facts. But see, you got to understand, they don't care about facts. Right? It's not a $10,000 difference. It's actually smaller than that. Right? When we're talking about women and men, when we talk about something like 20 cent difference an hour, and then you count up that in hours, you'll come up with the amount. Black men are not even making that more than Black women. But then when they said the average, now you talk about how many people are you talking about? Because we know there's more educated Black women. The Black women are the ones who get an education. Kevin Samuels wouldn't teach these Black men that education is important. In fact, what he told Black men and Black women was that Black men don't care about your education. See, because Kevin Samuels himself was not educated. He was a liar. He was the head grifter. See, so when I tell y'all that people are just like Kevin Samuels or the Black Manosphere, I'm telling you that they're grifters, liars, and they don't know that in which they speak on. And so since Kevin said it, they said. Kevin said it, they be on panels with him and they never gave him pushback. You know why? They're too stupid, too dumb motherfuckers. And so they cannot give him pushback. All they had to do was Google that motherfucker shit. Because Kevin Samuels wasn't Googling no motherfucker shit. He knew he was making up shit. Here we go.
Right? Because the fact of the matter is, studies have shown that Black men's earnings are increased when they're married to Black women, because Black women are the number one contributors to men's income. Leave the male by himself. Where's all this homelessness, right? Where's all this homelessness? Where's all these men making so much money? Because if they are truly making that money, why are they complaining about these things? The fact of the matter, there are more Black women in higher level degrees than men.
Facts. She ain't lying about that.
And then Black men.
I agree with that.
So she agreed with that. But just a minute ago, her stance was Black men are earning more than Black women. But that cannot be true. Listen, we got even the Black women who got what these men call social worker degrees. Them motherfucking social workers make money. But in order to embarrass women for their education, it didn't matter if they are social worker, don't matter if they end up being nurses or RNs, or if they end up even being the one who washes the patients and shit like that. These men beat up on women education. It doesn't matter if a woman says, well, I'm in IT, where women are now have been running to that to get the IT degrees, right? The security, the Java, all kinds of things. Women are just getting their education and learning all types of shit. And the men, for some reason, and I'm not talking about all of them. And remember, I'm talking about Manosphere men, right? I'm not, because we do have Black educators. We have Black leaders, and we do have Black men who have gone and gotten their education. So I am not referring to those men. Okay, I am, and I hope this the last time I have to say it today in this stream, I am referring to the men in the Black Manosphere. And if you happen to be a Black educator in the Black Manosphere, then I am talking to you, and I need you to stand up, pull up your motherfucking pants, and act like the man that you're supposed to be. Because there is no way in the world, no daddy taught you that you're supposed to crowd up with a bunch of niggas holding hands and doing circle jerks. That is not what men do. Men are supposed to be competitive. You want to get the job. Why would you sit on a panel with a whole lot of men who want the same job and tell them how to get the job? Why would you do that? Because that is not going to get you the job, right? That makes more competition for you. So that's why men don't do what these men have been doing for years. A man you might get to know a little bit about a guy, but you don't get to all in his business, and you don't let him all in your business. If you and your wife having issues, you don't let another man know that, because that nigga gonna be laying in your wife's bed while you at work, you dumbass nigga. The fuck y'all think this is? This is the real world. You let a nigga into your information, and you think he gonna give you all the answers. All he got to do is look over there. He see that woman you with, and he's like, oh shit. He gonna give you all the wrong information. He wants y'all to break up because he gonna go over there with his peacock so he can get your woman, so he can see if she bad or not. He want to take a taste of that chocolate, and your ass all the while on the internet crying and whining. Yeah, she won't do this and she won't do that, and she like to do this. And my woman, yeah, she listens to me. Oh, you gonna tell another man that your woman listens to you, and he wants a woman like that? Y'all dumb. That's like me sitting up here telling the women all about me and my husband sex life, how good he is, the great he is. He like to do this and he like to do that. Y'all, I'm not that dumb. What the fuck? I already told you I don't even go to my husband's job. I don't need no woman who is around my husband every day because he's in the medical field, which is run and basically by women. My husband worked around lots of women every fucking day. Young women, elderly women, all types of women, beautiful women, ugly women, short women, fat women, tall women, skinny women, light-skinned women, dark-skinned women, white women, Chinese women. Listen, I go over there to that medical center and it's all types of fucking women. So I stay my ass away because we as women, we already know what's up. You know what I'm saying? You may not even think my husband is attractive, right? Let's say that. Let's say the women don't even think, you know, he's okay. They're thinking, oh, he's nice and all that good old shit, right? And then I go walking in a place and they see his wife and they be like, well, damn, he must be doing something right to keep her. Let me check it out and see what it's like. Fuck all that. I'm going to just stay away. Let him do his thing. I ain't getting involved. And because I already know, I ain't lying. Listen, if you wasn't married to the dude, y'all were dating, but you wasn't dating, shit, then don't get mad that he took me out. The fuck? I wasn't mad if somebody went out with some guy I went out with last night. I went out with him last night. You going out with him tonight. We just went out on a fucking date. He ain't mine, and she don't belong to you neither. This idea that women got the you went on a date with her, so she bet not go on a date with somebody else, because if she does, then she's a thot, a whore, a tramp, a slut. What the fuck is you talking about, little nigga? You took her out on a date and you didn't even really even have a real conversation, let alone decided to ask her, would y'all be exclusive? If you didn't ask her to be exclusive, what you want to be at home hoping and praying that you're going to call her? Please, please, sir, please call me. Please, phone, telephone, Mr. Telephone Man. There's something wrong with my line. When I dial my baby's number, I get a click every time, Mr. Telephone Man. Look, that's what y'all want. Y'all want her to be by the phone praying that it ring. And then you want to play games. You don't want to call her the same night to tell her you had a great time. No, you want to, should I call her now? No, I'm going to call her. I don't want to look thirsty. Nigga, you ain't call her right after this. She don't even think you had a good time. All that game, when y'all say you got to have game, nah, you just have to be yourself. Treat others the way you would want to be treated. If you would like to get a call right after the date, then call her. She don't want to look too thirsty neither. This motherfucker, but that's the way that it roll. Anyway, let's get back to this dumbass shit right here.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So, and I'm talking about professional degrees. I'm not talking about.
I agree with that as well.
Okay. So
I
that
looked
means
at those stats too. I agree with that.
Guess what? Where the black men at for those women? They can't.
They're going overseas because the women over.
Dumb shit. Look, and she's like, she's happy with it. Oh, they're going overseas. No, what you mean? Because the what she about to look, that's that Manosphere. So this woman said that her channel, she's fair. She says she's fair, but the truth is, ladies, she's not fair. Okay. You can see the disgust in her face. I want y'all to look. Y'all don't just listen with your ears. Look at this woman's fucking face when she goes to give an answer that has nothing to do with her personally. There is nothing. She's already married, out of the scene. She is a woman, and she's talking about women. I want y'all to hear the fucking disgust that's in her voice, but watch it on her face. And here we go.
Okay, so
I've
that
looked at
means,
those stats too. I agree with that.
guess what? Where the black men at for those women? They
They're
can't.
going overseas because the women over here are too masculinized.
No.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all something she told me. And if she's in the chat or in the clouds or something, she could call me a liar if she want. And I'll go pull that fucking shit up if I have to. I was on the panel with her, and when we was talking, and I was asking her, like, why would you be agreeing with a woman over there saying this and that, saying that women are masculine? And she told me, she said, Bomb, nah, I was masculine. She said, no one had taught me how to be soft. She said, so that's what I learned from, I think her name was Nicole Michelle, some shit like that, right? Y'all could tell if I don't remember their names to get it backwards. That mean I ain't really watch them. And because why would I watch motherfuckers who can't teach me shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's ridiculous. Go listen to a cooking channel, sewing channel, or something that you want to learn. Stop listening to fucking dumbass shit just because motherfuckers are lying. Because this shit seeps in your consciousness. So we understand that people put out what it is that they know, right, about themselves. So the truth is, I am as equal with men as I am with women, and that is because I personally am that way in real life. I have been treated well by men and women. I treat people the way they treat me. They have treated me well, so I treat them well. In my life, I have seen good and bad in both genders, right? All races, and therefore I see the positive. I speak mostly on the positive, and I also see negative. I really don't speak much on the negative, because why should I? Everybody else is doing it for me already, right? So I don't beat up on men and I don't beat up on women, but I can speak on both of them if you ask me to, right? Now, that's me. And here's her. She's been masculine all her life. She's finally found a way to be feminine. This came out of her own mouth. And therefore, that's how she sees women. She thinks we're all like her. I think you all are mostly like me. So I'm not saying that she's wrong in what she's doing, right? I'm just saying that is what she is doing. It is also what I am doing. So when I look at women and I see feminine women, and I see that just because you like to go and dance doesn't mean that you're a whore, because I like to go dance and I have never been a whore, right? And so I push that on. I take my experience, and yes, I put it on other women. And I said, just because she went to the club doesn't mean she's a whore. But she might think otherwise, because when she used to go to the club, she was going there for dick. Now, I'm not saying that's what she said. She didn't tell me that. Okay, I'm just using that as an example, because she never told me that part. But I'm saying, so she has a negative, she looks at women negatively because she knows what she has been doing. And I look at women positively because I know what I have been doing. And she's not the only one who does it. I'm not the only one to do it. We all do it. Also, Priscilla does it, right? Priscilla pushes off some of her experiences into her ideas and what she put out there as well. And like I said, we all do it. We all do it. Some of us, though, we understand the world. Just because he did that to me doesn't mean all the men does that same exact thing. You see? But some of these women, and there's quite a few of them on YouTube, they use their terrible experience and they push it on to everybody. They want all the men to be guilty for it, and they want all the women to hurt for it. She got hurt, so she wants you to hurt, ladies. He hurt her, so all the men hurt her. There's several of these women online. That's exactly how they move. I, on the other hand, had a lot of great experiences with men. So I pushed that on y'all, right? I'm like, hey, there's a lot of good men out here. And y'all saying, well, Bomb, I don't know. And I'm saying, I can tell you that I have run into many great men. And I'm not talking about just when I was dating. I'm telling y'all, men follow me still today. And I still have great experiences with men today. And y'all see it. I get on panels with men. We may go back and forth, and yet they still respect me, and I respect them as well. But see, maybe it's not about just necessarily the men. Maybe it's about us. I treat people the way I want to be treated. So I show respect. When they disrespect me, then I disrespect them. And then when they back the fuck up because they realize I'm not playing, then I go back to respecting them again. You see? But I am saying that some of y'all are following women who push it. She think all of you are the same. These women, and I'm talking about, I'm not even talking about the queen maker right now. I'm not talking about Priscilla, right? Is it Princella? She is up front with her shit, baby. I like it. I like the fact that she's up front with it, right? You don't have to guess. You know, you just need to listen to it. That's all. You ain't got to guess. The others, though, they don't even know who they are. So they don't know what they put out, right? I doubt they listen to themselves. And if they do, they've got some excuse for it. I always wonder how women can sit over there with a woman's perspective. I sit here, y'all come over here, y'all go over there. And sometimes I think to myself, well, how, like, what is it about them that she's giving you? It's almost like you like pain, you know what I mean? Because these women shit on women. Maybe y'all think because they shit on you, maybe they're being truthful, but you only know if it's truthful. If you ain't shit and she telling you ain't shit, if she telling you ain't gonna get no woman because all the good men are going overseas because you're too masculine, right? But even that's not fucking true. Even when she's talking about that shit, they talk about a very small group of men. You see? A very small group of men. Even the ones we saw who tried it, failed at it. Like we had one nigga go over there and he needed women to give him money to get back. And yet this woman brags, she throws that in your face. How? I thought y'all was looking for answers. But no, I'll tell you why y'all go over there to watch her. Because unlike what she thinks she's doing, she's just messy. Y'all just waiting for the next pop off to blow up, which this video may get it popping off. And y'all know I don't give no fucks. You see? This is the same woman who said little girls are sucking dicks on buses. Elementary girls. That's what she said. Remember? We can't forget, baby. We can't forget that she willing to throw little girls under the bus too, baby. Let me tell you, I was shocked. And I'm shocked when people, because see, that was too much for me. See, I could deal with her disrespecting the women because I don't feel disrespected. I know goddamn well she ain't talking about me, baby. You know what I'm saying? And so that leads me to think that most of you think she's not talking about you neither, right? Which I get, because maybe you know yourself, you know she ain't talking about you, but are you the type to think like her though? You're like when she judge other women. And I'm saying to the women who she judging, I'm saying this is what you do. You put 2 middle fingers in the air and you tell this bitch, fuck her. That's what you do. You tell every fucking bitch and every motherfucking lame ass nigga who got something to say about how you live in your life when they don't pay your motherfucking bills. You see what I'm saying? They ain't got shit to do but judge while they themselves got nothing but skeletons in their fucking closets. You see what I'm saying? You tell them fuck them. And then shake your ass in the air and wave it like you just don't care. You know what I'm saying? Fuck these bum ass bitches who had to get married to prove to people that she was somebody. Somebody married now. And that's what she felt she had to do in order to be somebody. Why would y'all care about with somebody who's old enough to have been past that? See, if she was in her 20s, I would understand. If she was in her 20s, even I would give her a pass. I'd be like, y'all, you're just young and dumb, just like I do with the men, right? I do that with the men and the women equally. I say, oh, you're just young. It's okay. You're in your 20s. You in your 20s, you still trying to figure out. I'm not hard on nobody in their 20s. I could listen, whatever y'all think when you're in your 20s, hey, I'm not, I promise you. Once I know you're in your 20s, that's why I ask people, like, how old are you? I'm asking them so I can know how to respond. If you're in your 20s, you have every right to be wrong because you're still trying to figure it out. Okay? But baby, if you close to 40 though, and plus, I have to say you's a dumb bitch. You should have knew, you should have learned way before you turned 40, baby. That's where the men, see, men is different. Men really get real serious at 40. Y'all ladies got to know, when I say this, I'm not joking. When a man turns 40, that is when he looks back at his life and he will then make changes accordingly. Those are the men, though. I can't speak for the dumbass niggas. Can't speak for the angry men. I can't speak for the Kevin Samuels. I can't speak for those dumbass niggas. I can't speak for them. They're not men. Those are little boys. And there's many more to go, right? But it is true. When a man turns 40, he then looks back and realizes that he's not young anymore. It takes him to turn 40 to do that. If you're married to a man now, you're going to see the switch up. You're going to see the switch up when he turned 40. Okay? Y'all don't remember a few years ago, I was telling the young men who, when I first got on here, who was in their 20s, and now these niggas in their 30s, they about to turn 40. I was on here with some of these men when they were like 27, 28, 29. And now these niggas about to turn 40. But when they was 26, 27, 29, I was telling them, you're not the young man, baby. I was like, my sons are. Because at the time, my sons was 18, 19, 20. You see? I was like, you about to turn 30, dude. You on here acting like you still 18. But you know why? I get it. Because even the 40-year-olds, we had Obsidian, Kevin Samuels, who was in their fucking 40s, still acting and thinking about some shit that happened to them when they were kids in high school. Kevin still remember when he was a cheerleader. Give me an A, give me a B, Give me an A, give me an L with an S. Give me a set of balls. Yeah. And Kevin was jumping up like the cheerleader he used to be when he was a kid, baby. He was popping that pussy, throwing it down. He was popping that pussy, throwing it down. He threw his hands in the air, throwing it down. He threw his legs in the air, throwing it down. Look, that nigga was cheering. He remembered his cheering days. And then there was Obsidian. And what was he doing? Well, Obsidian was crying in the corner. My mama almost tried to get me a date for prom. My mama almost got me a date for prom. My mama went around looking for a date. And I don't know what to say, save the fate. But here we go. Look, mama, his mama and his sister tried to get that nigga a date. This nigga was talking about this shit at 47 years old. How do I know? Because that's when I was on this bitch. The first time I heard it. It was the first time I heard it, but he had been talking about it before. But it was the first time I heard it directly out of his mouth. The nigga was crying. Talking about, yeah, I'm still mad at my mom and my sister today. And I was like, for what? And he went in to tell me that they went behind his back to get him a date for prom. Shit that happened like 30 years ago. Longer than that. I've been out of school, what, 40 years now? 30? Yeah. So back then, though, we talk about 10 years ago. So, yeah. Y'all, I can't even tell y'all the name of the person I went to prom with. I went to like 3 proms, 4 proms. No, 3 proms. 2, 3. Yeah, 3 proms. I went to 1 when I was a junior, and I went to 2 when I was a senior, right? I went to my prom, and then I went to another guy's prom. I don't know. I think I know Clay. No, me and Clay didn't go to prom. We went to MARP, which is a prom spelled backwards. That's like a Sadie Hawkins in other areas. So who did I go to prom with? Emmanuel. The only reason I remember his name because his name is the same name as my dad, right? But he was just a friend who asked me to go, and I was just nice, and I went with him. We ain't never date or anything like that. But my point to that story is this: what the fuck that got to do with me today? In fact, it had nothing to do with me back then. I went to prom. After prom was over, we had fun at prom, and then it was over, and that was it. That was it. I haven't seen the prom dress since. I ended up getting the pictures, and I don't think I have a picture. I don't even have a picture of me and Emmanuel together. I have a picture. I do have the picture of me by myself, but I don't even know if I ever had a picture of me and Emmanuel side by side. He bought the pictures. I'm quite sure he gave them to me. I ain't seen it. I don't even remember seeing it when I got the pictures. In other words, he was like, oh, here go the pictures. I put them in my book bag. And I think when I got home, I said, here, Mom. And that was the last time I seen that shit. And I check it out. These niggas crying about prom. These dumbass bitches mad because women are too masculine, while her shoulders look broader than a motherfucker over there. I'm sorry. Let me go. I'm being messy, but what did I say? What you think she's being? Because she's not doing it the way I'm doing it, that means she ain't messy. In fact, I would say that she's messier than I am, because it's kind of like on the low, swiping right in your face. And you know what I mean? And so, and you're smiling while she's cheesing and smiling in your face. And I'm saying, I'm going to smile in your motherfucking face too, but I'm going to let you know. Y'all need to stop listening to these dumbass bitches. Okay? It's bad for your consciousness. I'm going to speak like Priscilla. You can't let it seep deep down in your consciousness, because you know your consciousness is one of the things that relates, and it's deep, and it relates to your aura, your foundation that's deep down in your gut. You got to understand when I tell you, and then I'm gonna pull up a book that's right by my foot, and I'm gonna show you this book that I read called Bitches Ain't Shit But Hoes and Tricks. If you listen and read this book, if you listen to the book, the audio book, because you know, Bob ain't read no motherfucking books, right? But anyway, you listen to the book. The book will tell you that it's deep down in your soul. If y'all understood the soul, see, because I know about the soul, because I have a soul. You have a soul. She have a soul. He ain't got no soul, because he can't have no soul. He will never be able to go where you and I go. Why? Because he ain't got no soul. Why don't he have a soul? Because if you look in the book, it tells you that a straight line isn't a straight line unless it's a straight line. But if that straight line is curved to the right or to the left, then that is not a straight line. And my name is Priscilla. You heard what I said? Peace. You see what I'm saying? Listen.
Let me tell you something. Jay Rello ain't no damn master.
Jay Rello is not a nigga that we was referencing.
I don't even know who that is.
What I'm trying to get you to understand, it's a bunch of them niggas going overseas. A bunch of niggas like that going overseas, okay? So it ain't these high-level ass men that's just going overseas. It's just not them.
Facts. But Sister George already knew that. Because you see, they remember these niggas' names. I don't remember the nigga name. The nigga was a crying ass, baby ass nigga. Like y'all put too much in y'all memory bank. My memory bank maybe it's that capacity. You know, I am a little older. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the problem. Problem is, if I don't find no need for the information, I don't even want to seep it into my motherfucking memory. I'm not going to put it in long-term memory. And that's why y'all understand when Bomb can't remember a motherfucker's name, it means that she didn't give a shit about what the fuck happened or anything about him, right? So Jay Rello is the nigga who was crying, oh no, I missed my plane and I don't know what I'm gonna do and I don't have the money. What happened was y'all gave me enough money to get here and I was set, you know. And then last night I got with this girl who really is a hoe, you know. And we was pumping. I was in and out of that pussy. And she was looking at the time. She was like, well, you only got 10 minutes left. And I was thinking, I've got to use all those 10 minutes, even though I got to get to the airport. But I'm going to get this nut because this is the last little piece of pussy I'm going to get until I can afford to get back here. So I'm going stroke and stroke and stroke. And that nigga was stroking and he was doing long strokes, short strokes. And then he turned on his cam so we all could see him when he put the bitch to sleep, right? But she really wasn't sleeping. She was just hoping his ass would go to sleep so she could sneak out the room. But anyway, as the nigga was showing everybody her hair from the back and shit like a whole bitch, right? Grown ass man acting like a bitch and a whole ass little boy. But anyway, after he got up and said, oh shit, I gotta hurry up to the airport, but it don't leave for a whole hour. So even though they tell me I got to get that 2 hours ahead of time, I still got time. So he got in the car and zoom, 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 and they got in there 1 hour. He had an hour, but they was like, nope. And they were like, he said they don't leave for an hour. And they was like, but you were supposed to be here an hour ago. He said, but yeah, but I still got an hour. I should be able to make it on the plane. And they was like, nah, the counter is closed. And he was like, but can I just get through? Like, and I could wait for the plane. And they were like, no, sir. We got rules and regulations. You know, you as an adult should know that. There's rules to this shit. It's called life, baby. Rules, regulations. Oh, Lord, who's calling me? Hold up. Hello?
Trying to reach Mark Edwards.
Who's calling? Hold up. Wait a minute. How do this? Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah. Anyway, she gonna call back and leave a voicemail because I don't have no pen. Okay. Anyway, how do I? Okay, let me end it. If I end it, it'll go to voicemail. Okay, cool. So what was I saying? So Joe Rello, Joe, whatever his name, Rello, whatever, the nigga wasn't acting like a grown-ass man because grown-ass men handle their business, right? If I'm supposed to be at the airport at 2 and my plane is not leaving until 3, right? But I don't get there until I'm supposed to be at 2. My plane is leaving at 4, but I get there at 3. And I'm thinking, well, I should be good because I got an hour. But see, the thing is, the reason they had me coming early was because the counter was closing at a certain time. That's why. And then he get there and the fucking counter is closed. The check-in counter, y'all, where he got to check in, where he got to do what he need to do. Grown fucking adults do not act like children. And when you do act like children, you get games and tricks are for kids. And that's what happened with the nigga. The nigga couldn't get home. And then he had to come to YouTube crying like a whole bitch. And that's the type of man Sister George wants y'all to know who is going overseas. Because she don't know no other type of man doing no bullshit like that. Y'all don't see what's happening? The jealousy of other women. Like, if I want to, I could be a thought and still get a man. The hot girl summer, she uses that term too in a negative way. And I'm saying, ladies, it's fucking summer. Why wouldn't you be out having fun? Why wouldn't you dress your best? Put on them, them sundresses or those motherfucking hot ass, nice ass, sexy ass sandals so your toes can show. Listen, I put on my toe rings. I love toe rings. I got pretty toes. You understand? I wear my sandals. I put on my motherfucking, I don't wear sundresses. You know what I'm saying? I'm too short for all that shit. But I will put on my nice little outfit and shit. But, it's called a hot girl summer. And only the men and these motherfucking mammies are mad at it. And I'm telling you, ladies, have fun. Not just in the motherfucking hot, in the summer, baby. When it is cold, put on your sexy fuck me boots, baby. Because I do. Listen, I love winter. My outfits in winter are better than my ones in summer. You know what I'm saying? In winter, baby, I put on my fuck me boots. Put on me a sweater. You know what I'm saying? That matches my boots. I might even put a hat on my head, baby, and be cocked to the motherfucking socks. Fuck these hoes. Fuck these jealous hoes. You go out with your friends and have fun. Fuck these hoes who got to be jealous and mad at you because you live in your life. Fuck these hoes. They jealous, baby. You jealous fuck. You got a whole man. Why are you worrying about other women and judging them? These bitches be single fucking ass mothers, and then once they get married, they think it erases everything they fucking did. So now they think they could judge you for it. Fuck out of here. Everybody don't regret their children. Everybody is not upset when these niggas call them single mothers. In fact, some women are empowered by it because listen, you're a single mother and your shit is straight. Your kids is good. You is good. You might not be making 6 figures, but you still doing good. You doing well. Everybody's surviving and nobody is crying and whining, right? In your family. Don't let no other little motherfuckers on the internet embarrass you and make you seem like you did something wrong. Fuck these hoes. The old raggedy ones too. Fuck them too. And to you guys, right? When these women want to jump on your ass, you know you doing right. You may not make 6 figures, but you still taking care of you and yours. Now, for those of you who not taking care of you and yours, though, you on this bitch acting like you can tell women what to do. Nigga, when you not even taking care of your own motherfucking kids, fuck you, nigga. You not doing what you supposed to do, and you want to blame her. Well, I didn't want no kids anyway. Well, nigga, you wasn't acting like you didn't want no fucking kids, but now you do. You act like you don't want none, but they're here. And you want to blame their mama, nigga. It's your fault, nigga. Because you ain't got to deal with the mama. You could go and get them kids. But see, the truth is, you don't want the kids. You really would fuck the mama again. It ain't that you don't want the mama, it's that you don't want them kids. You just need to say it. At least one of these niggas on here, the hypocrite, was admitting that he didn't want no fucking kids. He was like, I was fucking and I would fuck again, but I didn't want no kids. Now, he wasn't acting like he didn't want no kids, but he admit that he was being selfish, childish, and shit like that. The rest of you niggas, though, you acting like you above all that shit. You just like these raggedy ass hoes, nigga. Okay, here we go.
It's a bunch of desperate dudes going overseas. Do you have some that are actually making and earn? Yes, but people with major earning potential, they don't have to run from the United States because they got it like that anywhere they go, no matter where they go. So a lot of these dudes are stone cold tricks, and it's too expensive to trick in the United States. Let's keep it a buck. It's too damn expensive to trick in the United States. So take your ass to a third world country so your dollar go longer. That's what they doing. Okay. So the fact of the matter is, if you elevate as a woman, these dudes.
That's who Sister George and them support. She was very positive about the niggas are going overseas. They're getting away from these masculine women. These women too masculine. So they're going overseas to get with other masculine women. Because, you know, I don't know, but to be a hoe, that's a bitch who took control of her motherfucking life. You know what I'm saying? You go overseas, them is some masculine hoes. Them masculine hoes walk up and down the stroll, and they walk up to men and they say, me so horny, me love you long time, me sucky sucky. That's a masculine hoe, bitch. She letting that nigga know. He be like, ooh, how much? She say, I need 200 pesos. That's a masculine hoe, bitch. Now, I'm not even against masculine hoes. A woman who taking charge and making her money, but bitch, you talking about women being masculine here while you upping bitches across the seas over there, right? Selling pussy, bitch. And you worried about these women having hot girl summers while you okay with niggas going buy pussy, bitch. Fuck a Sister George. Y'all give this bitch too much credit. This bitch don't only get credit when you put her on because she's in special ed, right? She in special ed class, and I had to get this bitch some extra work to do. And not until she do that work will she get some credit from me. Now, I understand some of you who don't know about life, y'all will give any bitch some credit. All the bitch got to do is open her mouth and say any fucking thing. But see, real bitches who really living their lives, real women, they ain't giving no bitch no credit because she opens her fucking mouth, repeating what niggas or other bitches are saying. You got me fucked up. What the fuck is y'all following this bitch for? That bitch repeat Kevin Samuels. Y'all dislike Kevin Samuels, but you okay when the bitches say? That's why she don't know how to handle Priscilla. See, Priscilla is way above them. You know what I mean? Whether you agree or disagree with Priscilla, she's talking circles around them because these simple ass bitches, right, is too easy. They done said some stupid ass shit that comes out of Kevin Samuels' mouth, and Priscilla can easily swipe that shit down like this, because that's how basic the bitches are. They came out with some dumb ass shit. Talk about, yeah, that's why the men are going overseas, because these women are too masculine. Now she looking like she confused in a motherfucker. She reading the chat and realizing that nobody's on her side. Like, they look like they laughing at her. Look like they like, somebody said trick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said, we stay right here. Look, somebody said, nah, we staying right here. We ain't gonna do no cheap ass tricking. And she don't know how to gauge her audience. And so she trying to figure out what she need to do to get the money coming in. Y'all see her? She look like she confused in a motherfucker. She look like one of my cousins. He's slow as a motherfucker. He is. We all love him though. He's slow though, right? He's slow. It's okay. We call him Bobo. Okay, Bobo is slow, but we love him. She look like Bobo right now. Okay, don't know what to say. Bobo, we're going to change his diaper in like 2 hours and shit. We already know it. I'm just gonna make sure I leave because I'm not about to change no grown ass nigga's diaper. I'm gonna be honest with you. He my cousin. I love him to death. But she look like she about to you're gonna need her diaper changed too. Cause Priscilla over there fucking them all in the ass, baby. Get him, Priscilla. You know, now I did the stream so I could get on Priscilla, but right now I can't get on Priscilla because Priscilla is fucking these two hoes in the ass. Okay.
Will look at you as quote unquote too masculine. Because let me tell you what masculine energy is. Masculine energy is work ethic, willpower, and determination. And a person who puts in work.
Look at Priscilla said masculine is all these great things. And she, listen, based on what Kevin and these men have been saying, that's what they're saying. They're saying the women, when they get these jobs, they acting too masculine. When they make that money, they're acting too masculine. So Priscilla is saying, yeah, that's what when I say that she's using their words against them, that is what she's saying. Because that's what the men are saying. But this chick look like she confused in a motherfucker. She's looking, eyes squinting. She's just waiting to see what the chat gonna say so she can figure out what her next word should be. What? Look, y'all, this shit is crazy. Here we go.
It's operating in masculine energy. If you moving, if you're just doing, you're operating in masculine energy. And because
Mr. Fantastic in the whole chat, see, that's when the niggas start making new narrative. Mr. Fantastic says this, y'all. Black women buy more sex overseas than men. And the nigga laughing and he think that shit is true, but he know that shit is a lie. It's just something that I watch some of them try to say in order that other people will pick up on it. These niggas know that lying is the way to go. They say something, and if the men pick up on it and start repeating it over and over and over again, then it will become the truth, even to other women. Even these bitches on this channel, they would then start saying this shit. Black women buy more sex overseas than men. And what the fuck is he talking about? Women going overseas and having sex is not the same thing as women going overseas and buying sex. Black women don't have to buy no motherfucking sex. Now, what he's talking about is where white women go in certain areas overseas and they buy sex. The fuck you think black beautiful women go overseas and buy some fucking sex, nigga? Ooh, Lord. The shit is crazy than a motherfucker. Crazy than a motherfucker. But ladies and gentlemen, the men, I watched Mr. Fantastic say this several times through the last few months, but the men haven't picked up on it because it's so fucking ridiculous that even they won't repeat it. But there will be some who will pick up and say, yeah, you're right. Women going and buying sex too. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. We know, why would we go overseas to buy sex when all we got to do is open some legs and you niggas would just hop in? That don't even make no motherfucking sense. Fuck out of here. We ain't got to go overseas to have no sex. That's dumb. Ooh, Lord, it's dumb as hell. Here we go. But not as dumb as some of these chicks on this panel.
women are dual by nature. Women have access to femininity. They have access to femininity.
Look, now think about it. Can I say this, y'all? And Priscilla is saying positive things about women. And Sister George is looking for a way to attack what she's saying. Sister George looks like she a woman to me, but she don't act like she's a woman though. You know what I mean? Like, why would I be, if Priscilla was up here with me and she's talking nothing but positivity, she's blowing positive vibes at women, why would I attack that? Why would I, combat that? I wouldn't. Now, what I would do though, if Priscilla was up here and she was going after the men on a large scale, I would combat that. I'll be like, well, no, I know lots of men who not like that. I'll be like, no, I know lots of leaders. No, see, that's what I would be combating if that was coming from Priscilla. But I would not be combating any positive thing she was saying about Black women, though. And Sister George is looking for ways to attack positive vibes towards women. I hope y'all see that. I'm not making this shit up. I've been saying this for a while. Now, I sit back, I don't listen to certain people because I know that they're stupid. I just happened to be on a panel yesterday who was reviewing it. Like, I guess I should have maybe, but it was a good conversation we was having. Right? The conversation I was having last night was mostly towards Priscilla, though. But I was clear, and what I was saying is that this woman know how to talk. Priscilla, I'm talking about, and she's on the panel with some dummies. Okay? Priscilla said some stupid shit. She just haven't said it yet. Now I'm gonna fast forward to get to that because Sister George looked like a dumbass. Okay, that's because she is dumb as fuck. She know it. I ain't got to really announce it. Y'all should know it too. Y'all know it. Come on now, y'all. This woman is against women. I just don't know when y'all gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all are also against women though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you gotta always be for women because I'm gonna call out shit when I feel like it. I don't call out all shit that women do, just like I don't call out everything men do, right? I think I'm fair in that way. I'm not, hey, the men ain't shit sometimes and the women ain't shit sometimes. I'm not saying that it's all women and I'm not saying that it's all men. I try my very best to be fair. And I am a woman though. So the chances of me falling with the women will be higher. That is true. I am a woman. Right? But at the same time, I'm not going to be shitting on women because I'm not jealous of women. Women who jealous of women, they always want to point at other fucking women, right? And this is the thing, though. They hate when other beautiful women come around. See, they'll point out the ugly chicks. You remember what she did when she said that Kevin Samuels had that woman up there and that woman wanted too much. She wanted too much. Or when the other women, when they want too much. Bitch, shut the fuck up, bitch. If they could want what the fuck they want. They ain't asking you to give it to them. That's that jealousy shit. Bitches who don't want shit. She decided that this is all I could get, so you're going to shoot for it. Okay, cool. Do not let other bitches put y'all down. That's all I'm saying. And listen, if you're going to let a bitch put you down, she better be worth something, baby. It better be, like Beyonce could come around here and she could put my ass down as long as she give me some money, though, because even she can't put my ass down. You see what I'm saying? It depends what we're talking about. It depends on what we talk about. Beyonce is a badass bitch, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. Talented in many, many ways. So yeah, she can talk about me as much as she want. Okay, but this ragged ass bitch right here though ain't got shit to say about me, baby. And she ain't got shit to say about y'all neither. Okay, when this bitch is making 6 figures all by her motherfucking self, then she could talk about maybe some of y'all asses. And then she got to go get a high figure ass, earning ass nigga, you know, making 8 figures or more. These motherfucking women, jealous ass women. And I'm not saying both of them, because I don't know much about Concrete Rose, right? So I'm not talking about her. I am targeting Sister George right now, because she's a hating ass bitch. And if she in the chat, nobody gives no fucks. I don't need her to come up. You know what I'm saying? I don't need her help for me to shit on her, because she helping me in this video, and I'm not even up there. Priscilla is making her look like the fool that she fucking is. Okay? And Priscilla don't even need my help. In fact, let's roll these beam footage, baby.
Femininity, which is a creative energy. When you combine that natural access to feminine energy, which the majority of women have because they are in the feminine vessel, when you take that mental femininity, which is creativity, and combine that with work ethic, willpower, and determination, you create with ease. The male is struggling to do that shit. He's struggling. And then he resents women who actually help him, because the fact of the matter is, most of these dudes have been lifted up off the backs of a damn woman, but they hate women so damn much. They living in these women's houses, but you talk shit about them. Your ass supposed to be on the motherfucking streets. You jump from house to house. You use these women's food stamps. But
then wait, hold on. Yeah. A nigga can't come in nowhere I ain't invite him to. Hold on. A nigga can't stay anywhere I ain't let him.
No, hold on. Stop.
See? So women, it's the women's fault. It's the women's fault. And that's what I'm saying. Like she could be like, well, yeah, they both, the woman accepting that, and yeah, she's accepting that. Let's be honest, most of us, as humans, right? I'm not even talking about gender. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about people, human people. Most of us choose people without even considering their jobs and how much money they make. So especially when you're younger and you're single. You go on a date with somebody because you're attracted to him. You may even allow this man to move in. Okay? Yes. Now, I'm hoping that those of you who may be doing that younger, that you slap some rules on this man moving in, that he needs to be helping. And a lot of these men who do move in with these women, lots of them do help, right? Is it at the level? We all cannot be high earners, y'all. We all can't be at the top of the food chain. Like this idea that, yeah, she let him live with her, but the nigga only works at Cabela's. He works at Cabela's selling shoes. And we're like, well, what's wrong with him working at Cabela's? Or he's the garbage man. Or yeah, what's wrong with him being the fucking garbage man? You know what I'm saying? Like, he got a job. And when he got a job and his income comes into the household, and they both benefiting from each other. And some of these women don't like that, though. I watch some of these women be like, yeah, he got a job, but he's only this. He ain't this. And I'm like, well, goddamn. I just say, goddamn. I can't tell a woman that she shouldn't want this man who is, I don't know, Drake, The Weeknd, Chris Brown, Usher, rappers and singers, or big high earners. I can't tell her that she's expecting too much. I'm just, don't say shit. That's what she want. That's what she want. If she get it, she gets it. If she don't, she don't. And I'm not here to judge her on it. I just be like, goddamn. Okay. Shit. Girl, do you. But then again, I'm not jealous of other women, though. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you, though, a lot of them rappers and the R&B singers and the men that I met through the years, yeah. Even my husband, isn't, y'all know, wealthy man at all. And I didn't leave him for any of them. Okay? It's not as simple as some of y'all make it. Like the narrative that Kevin Samuels put up there and y'all follow, y'all simply really believe that. Like, I was on a panel the other night, and there was a guy who suggested that if Chris Brown grabbed my ass, if he grabbed my ass and I turned around and I saw that it was Chris Brown, I would just let it go. But he said that if it was a strange man who I didn't know, who wasn't, I wasn't attracted to, if he grabbed my ass, I would call the police. And I said, yes, I would fucking call the police. And then the men said, well, we confused about that. The fuck you talking about? You confused. That's just one of their talking points. You're not confused, nigga. In fact, you said it. You said that if a woman is attracted to the guy, then it's going to be okay. And if she's not, this is not going to be okay. So you're not confused. That's the answer. And I kept trying to tell him that it's not so much of the tapping on the ass that's the crime. The crime is that you ventured into my personal space. Yes. And I don't like it because I don't know you. And if Chris Brown grabbed me on my ass, would I let him do it? And I'm saying if Chris Brown grabbed me on my ass, I'm calling the police for sure. And then we're going to have us a motherfucking lawsuit, nigga. Because I could use the money, but I don't need his hands on my ass. I don't benefit from niggas touching me on my ass. In fact, the nigga owe me some motherfucking money. Nigga, you get to squeeze my big ass. I have one of them asses that need to be in a museum, nigga. My ass should be on display. I got one of a kind type of ass. You know what I'm saying? It's lopsided a little bit to the left, but it's bigger than a motherfucker. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's the type of ass that you people get paid. I should get paid for you to touch on this ass. So I don't give a fuck if you Chris Brown, Usher, motherfucker, you could be Prince. Now, if you Prince or Michael Jackson, I might let you touch my ass, okay? And giggle a little bit and hit you up in the back and say, hey, can I get one of them albums? And could you sign right here? And also sign on my jacket right here, thank you. And then they could go back to Lane and Priest, because then that jacket and that album gonna be worth some money. I might let them get away with touching this big ass. But see, anybody else though, motherfucker, you don't get to grab me just because you're famous. And but this is the thing. Why is that so confusing to men? That one man could touch me on the ass and I'm okay with it, and another man grab me on the ass and I'm not okay with it. What's so confusing about that shit? Huh? You niggas just want to be able to just grab women's ass? The fuck, that conversation, like that is one of these niggas talking points for real. And these dumbass bitches who will be like, yeah, because I've heard this woman say, yeah, you women, you're okay. How is it that this man could touch your ass and get away with it, but that man can't? Because they just repeat these niggas talking points. Dumbass shit coming from women. Dumbass a motherfucker, man.
Stop.
Okay.
Your argument is that men are leaving women because they're too masculine, but these
you do have some that are.
And
I went, well, you do have some who are.
That's been an argument from the black male community.
Oh, that's been an argument for the black male community, which is true. But this woman is sitting on your channel right now. She's not in a black male space. And she gonna tell her this. She gonna say, hey, I'm up here to talk to you. I thought, you a woman and we having discussions. I didn't know I was coming to a black man space. Now, she gonna then say she don't talk to black men, which, and all that bullshit. Let me fast forward it some, y'all.
I teach women male psychology. I teach them the male nature, because women's number one decisions revolve around relationships with men. When women learn men and stop making decisions that include how the fuck he feel, She can make decisions, so she would not throw her children out to submit to no fucking dusty. He would be out.
Let me say this, Princella, real quick though. Like, as it relates to that, I think that the reason why we focus on accountability is because we understand the importance. Like, to have an honest conversation, we do need people to own up to what they're responsible to in the problem. If we're talking about, I'm an analyst by trade, and I look at the root cause analysis of whatever the issue is. So yes, we can talk about the fact that the Black community is effed up, but we can't talk about that without talking about the reasons as to why. So if we're going to talk about the reasons as to why, it's important for all sides to take accountability. I understand what you're saying as it relates to Black women, but without Black men, there aren't any Black women. So are we literally just throwing the baby out with the bathwater and saying all Black men, screw y'all?
Hold on. Women ain't responsible for changing these niggas. Okay,
I agree.
Okay, so I'm working on changing women. Why are you talking to me about women's accountability about men? Men are responsible for their shit. But y'all,
I'm talking about what our channel is about, not what you discuss.
Y'all talking to me and asking me questions as if I'm blaming men. I don't give a fuck what men thinking, doing, feeling, or believing at this point. I'm not trying to change their behavior, because the only way a male is gonna change his behavior is when a woman change hers. That's it. He ain't gonna do it no other way. As long as women are on the motherfucking ground,
that's a good point.
Men are going.
That is a good point. And she's right. She's talking about women, and other people are asking her about the men, and so she'll answer the question about the men. Right? She don't have no problem saying the men aren't at the level. She's trying to talk about the women, but they keep asking questions about men. So she keeps saying, I don't give a fuck about men. Right? So her talking points is basically two women. I'm talking about Priscilla right now, right? Because the other two, they're mammies. Okay. But and when I say mammies, like they will beat up on their own moms in order to support the men. And these men have dragged the fuck out of them. These men know that they can drag them at any time. They go over there in order to start conflict, and then when they get mad at them, they treat them like the shit that they are. See? That's why they're jealous of other women. So yes, I've been called a mammy before. And when people want to call me a mammy, I want to know why you want to call me a mammy. And then I can prove to them that they're not mammies. But these two can never prove that they're not mammies. They admit that they're mammies. They admit that their channel is for men. And then they're going to admit in this stream that they've changed. But I don't see any change because, see, yesterday we wasn't nowhere near where I am in this video right now. Yesterday we started when mostly Priscilla was talking. Today, though, as I'm going through this video, I'm seeing that they're mammies still. Somebody told me they changed their talking point. They're going to say they changed their talking point. Maybe Concrete Rose may have changed, and I'm not sure because I don't know much. Listen, I don't have nothing to say bad about Concrete Rose. She's never really said anything that I disagree with because she don't really do a lot of talking, and when she does, and I've heard her, she sounds reasonable. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing too, she's never been too out there. But Sister George seems to be really emotional in this conversation that she wants to defend the men. And there's not even a particular man she's trying to defend. And she's not even trying to defend fucking men. She's defending the Black Manosphere. If she was defending men, like her husband, if she was saying, well, I'm married and this and that and that and this, and so men in my life and da 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 da. But no, it's a money grab. So they jumped on the bandwagon to make money from men in the Black Manosphere. And that's why I have no respect to give. And I used to respect her, right? Used to be a level of respect. just like I give to everybody else. But yeah, like I'm thinking, damn, bitch. you, you you ain't gonna grow up yet. These men drag you and you steal. That's what make her a mammy. The mammy isn't because she support the raggedy ass niggas. The mammy in is that they dragged your ass. You got up, dust up, right? They dust you up, fuck you up with all they dust. You got up and slapped the dust off your ass and commenced to supporting these niggas. That's what make you the mammy, baby. Because I wish a nigga would try to drag me and think that I'm gonna have his back after he dropped me on my head and shit. You got me fucked up. Bitch, we gonna either continue fighting or I'm walking the way. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to it.
Continue to do the fuck shit that they doing. So I don't give a damn about what the hell they doing. I don't care what they believe and I don't care what they think. I care about what women think. I care what they believe and I care what they're doing. And the only way to change the woman's behavior is to tell her the truth.
Let me ask you this.
And the truth, it is reality right now.
Let me ask you this.
So I have to
hold on,
like what you said about. Go ahead, then.
Let me ask you this. What made you get to this point to where you woke up one day and you said, let me inform the women, let me get women in line? What was that final straw that made you get to that point?
Okay, so let me tell you something. I've always been intelligent. I've always been smart. I have done everything that I could do to work with Black men. And I ain't worked with no dusties. I ain't never dated a fucking thug, right? My mentor was a political activist in the Black community. Mm-hmm. He would always go to city council meetings, showed me how to go to city council meetings and all that stuff, politics, right? And guess what? He was the first one to work with me in music. He did the same shit that niggas do, right? Because they're using you as a tool for their own purposes, right? So that's the first thing, okay? First thing. Second thing, because before all this shit came about, I was pro-Black in 2006. Mm-hmm. So I was here before all this shit popped up on the internet, right?
Right.
So the first nigga after him to mess over me was from the Nation of Islam.
So mess over you in what sense? Were you fucking around with the dude? He fucked you over. Him and the so-called sister wife took about $40,000 from me. Okay, so you were in a polygamous relationship.
So-called polygamous relationship, but clearly it was a game, manipulation. But this nigga was in the Nation of Islam. Now I'm dealing in the conscious community where the nigga's supposed to be righteous, right? The niggas supposed to be righteous. Cut the fucking games. They supposed to be righteous.
They supposed to be righteous.
All right. Now I'm prime age, right? I'm in my 20s, early 20s. Naivete, right? But I guess it's my fault for being naive at 20 years old. We're not gonna let
No. Nobody's saying that at all.
I'm not saying y'all. Yeah. I'm talking about the collective narrative.
Okay.
That women's supposed to know every motherfucking thing with no goddamn life experience, and we don't hold these niggas accountable for nothing. But we say, oh, you choosing Pookies and Ray Rays, but it was a nigga from the Nation of Islam, right? That hit me for 40 grand. Okay? It was my mentor who was in politics in the conscious community, right? That ran some game on me. Okay? The next motherfucker was somebody who was supposed to be my friend. Set me up for $2,000, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I done had motherfuckers hit me for a lot of money. Let me tell you something. You don't continue to go through life and not learn a goddamn thing. Okay, so here's the thing. I done been raped by these niggas, raped at 12 years old. Let's cut the games. Oh, we're not gonna sit up here and say that I'm damaged goods without no damn sense. I done learned my lesson through the school of hard knocks, right? So raped at 12, nigga play me.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat and the men are so fucking childish. The woman is telling you, they asked her, You see, that's what I like about it, right? They asked her a question and she's answering. And she's giving them things that I think for most of us as women, we hear her. I've heard these stories. I have some of these stories myself. And yes, it has been Black men, right? And or boys, right? When they were boys, but they eventually turned to Black men who have done these things. Lies, cheating. In fact, the niggas call it game. See, when you get game, they talk about, well, you got to have game, and then you trick her out of underwear, right? You trick her out of drawers, and then you hee ha ha and move on to the next one. And then that leaves women with anger. First it's hurt, and then it may turn into anger. And so am I shocked when a woman says, I'm no longer dealing with men? I am not. I'm not shocked, especially when they tell us their stories. Now, the men in the chat are like, yeah, somebody give this bitter bitch this and give her that. She's telling her fucking story. Right? She's telling her story. Somebody even saying, we all been hurt. What are you talking about? Well, everybody hasn't been hurt the same way at certain levels. And even if, let's say, every woman in here have been touched or messed with, right? We all won't handle it the same way. So to tell somebody, hey, we all been hurt, when she's talking on the level in which she's talking. So they asked her, why you feel this way about men? And she's like, look, I wasn't even with no Pookies or no fucking Ray Rays. She's saying she was with religious, conscious men who treated her the same way that a Pookie and a Ray Ray would have treated her. Shit, maybe Pookie and Ray Ray wouldn't have been able to get away with that money like that, because you see what I'm saying? So she put her trust as a young woman into somebody who she think would definitely have her back. And this has happened. I heard another little woman, young woman, just recently, y'all. It was on one of them shows where she was suing. I'm not sure if it was Judge Judy. I think that's what it was. Because I don't really watch her. I don't really watch Judge Judy. She's a racist little motherfucker. But, I would love to go on her show so I could cuss her ass out. But they would never air it, so nobody would know that I did it. I should just lie and say I cussed that bitch out. Fuck with Judge Judy. Anyway, so I think it was Judge Judy, though. I might be wrong, though, because I really don't look at her that much. Only when I might wake up, and if it's on TV, then I may sit there and watch. But other than that, I don't really watch her. So, but what happened was this, and the reason that made me watch this shit, this happened right here in Delaware. This motherfucker happened right here in Delaware. I think that's what happened. I woke up, and when I woke up, they was talking, she had mentioned the woman was suing the man because, no, I don't think it was Judge Judy. I'm sorry, y'all. It was one of them paternal tests, where they go and prove that the baby belonged to the guy. But I think it was a Black woman, though. Don't know her name because I don't really watch it. But I woke up, it was on the TV, and the lady was talking, and she had mentioned that she was in Delaware. So that would pique my curiosity. So I got up and I started really listening. So she's here in Delaware, right? She's here in Delaware, and she met this guy in Philly on the internet, on Facebook. And he mentioned his religion and everything like that. And she was like, yeah, I have children. And, she was like, we could get together, because he asked her to marry him, because that's the only way he could have sex with her, right? Because she's in that religion as well. And so they got married, I think, if I'm correct, on the over the phone. They got married over the phone, y'all. but he not that far from her, right? She right here in Delaware. He right there in Philadelphia. Anyway, so he came down and the first night and ended up having sex with her and stayed with her for a little bit, a few months, and then she got pregnant. And then this nigga went back to Philadelphia and blocked her on Facebook. And you know what I'm saying? Because the nigga was married to somebody, yo, or engaged to somebody else. It was a big mess. But she was like, she showed him a picture of the daughter, you know, and he was like, that ain't my baby. Then he went on that show and started lying on her, talking about when he got there, you know, she just had sex with him right away. And she was itching her vagina, talking about how hot she was. He was like, that ain't a woman of my religion who would have done that. Like, he was just making up shit on that woman. It was crazy. I think I shared that video on here, on one of my streams. But it's crazy, right? Men are men. And I think that's important for us as women to know. Okay, they get amongst these women, and these women make it seem like it's the woman's fault. And some of y'all would agree, yeah, she should have known better. But then you don't think, right? How would she know better? How would I have known when I was 18 that this grown ass man who, you know what I mean? I never dated a pookie ever in my fucking life. Not ever. I've never been with a man who's a street guy. I've never been with a guy who wasn't educated. I'm not even joking. Like, I've never, ever been with a man who was just some pookie on the street. I don't even know how to conversate with street guys. Right? I don't. So even when they would approach me, I never understood what they was asking me because I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So we're not a match. I don't give a fuck what he look like. He might look cute, but as soon as we have a conversation, I might look like I'm like a nerd to him. I look like I'm weird because he's asking me shit and I don't even know how to respond to it. I felt nervous and it just wasn't my thing. All of us have not been with no motherfucking pookies and riri's. And then, so the idea of assuming that we would know some shit, because you would think that only certain type of guys do certain things. Because our parents, my mom wasn't really telling me that there's certain guys, this and that. My dad, he would just tell me that men want what you in your pants. He would just tell me to stay away from the men. He never give me no real information. So when I was around my dad, of course, I'm protected. When I go into the real world, though, I didn't have no information. And so we start dating. I start dating. I'm thinking, oh, this is a grown-ass man. He got no reason to lie. I'm in the military. He's in the military. Like, he could lose his whole career by lying. So that's why I felt like, hey, I'm young. We could date. This nigga is married. Nigga married. Just lying ass motherfucking niggas for no motherfucking reason. And they don't use their brain. Because if I would have had sex with that nigga and found out he was married, I would have, without a doubt, put charges on him. Yes, I would have. I would have went straight to my motherfucking captain and told on that motherfucking nigga. He lucky that I saw that picture on that wall, right? Like, who is this nigga that told me he house sitting? He house sitting. And I believed him, right? Because every time I saw him, he was at the barracks. What I didn't know was that he was moving because he was ETSing, or I'm not sure if he was going to another post. I'm not sure because I didn't know that neither, right? He was in the barracks when I met him. So I'm like, oh, he's in the barracks. And so when he took me out, I think it was our third date, he was like, hey, I'm house sitting. We're going to grab some food and we're going to go to the house. And I was like, cool. We went and got the food. He takes me to the house And he goes in the restroom, and there's a lot of boxes around the house, right? It's on post, lots of boxes with stuff in them. But there's this picture still on the wall. And I walk over to the picture, and it's him and a woman and a child. I'm like, wait a minute, this nigga told me he was house sitting. This is his house. I'm like, oh shit. I was like, he comes out the bathroom. I'm like, hey, dude, what is this? That nigga didn't have no, I'm like, okay, look, take me home. Take me to the barracks. No fucking respect. So this nonsense about making it seem like it's always a woman's fault. She should know. She need to do. Well, oh, you shouldn't have been hot in the pants. Bitch, you ain't got to worry about what the fuck I do with my pants. So I understand, Priscilla, and I think they do too. But, you know, the man in them wants to blame the woman. Watch how this shit happen.
For 40 grand. Another one played me for 2,000. Okay. He trying to set me up. My mentor trying to set me up for some political shit. Right. I have a nigga rob me. Okay. All right. Coming from, he put some, this is at the beginning of the internet thing. Right. So they had this little modeling thing going on. To make a long story short, motherfucker set me up and robbed me. Right. Okay, so this, I have a nigga, I sell him a CD, we play dominoes, he asked me to have sex with him, I tell him no, he pull out a gun and put it on the table and say, you know, I can take it if I want it. I'm not gonna let none of y'all sit up here and ask me like these niggas ain't out of fucking control. Like,
well, let me ask you this, Priscilla.
Whoa. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Because I got a lot of life experience. And the one thing is,
we all do.
Hold on. I'm in my own lane, doing what I'm doing, talking to the world. I'm not talking to niggas. Okay. If they getting their feelings hurt by what I'm saying, because what I'm saying register with them, because I ain't put no color on what I said. I said men. Mm-hmm. I didn't say black men are incapable of love. I said men. Right. Mm-hmm. And so I had a Mexican dude. Took me on a date. This all in my early 20s now. Took me on a date and almost killed us, right? Almost flipped us off of the overpass, right? Okay. I got a lot of life experience and I see these dudes. And the last straw that broke the camel's back, right? Oh, let's not talk about back in 2018 when I went out of town to Virginia. So I was pregnant at this time. And my ex-husband, to make a long story short, we got into an altercation and he bruised up my arm while I was 7 months pregnant. My phone butt dialed a guy that was supposed to be my friend at the time. We was always talking on the phone and doing live videos together at this time. My first place, I'm like, I'm stuck in the house. I got to get away. So I was going to go to New Jersey with my homegirl, my female friend, but she was busy at the time. But I still had money after having to sit my ass down, and I was going to get out of town just to hang out and just get away from that situation for a minute, right? I go, he's saying, okay, we can hang out. I'm doing the Black Panther party. You could come to the Black Panther party and all of this. And his girlfriend, we was all supposed to hang out. He told me, hey, you go stay here. I said, that's cool because I was trained in the military and I did my AIT training out there. I'm gonna see if I can link up with the people that I had built a group relationship with out there. I want to see if they still there, right? So I get there and this nigga flipped the script on me like it wasn't nothing. That motherfucker left me stranded in goddamn DC. He left me stranded in DC, right? All because this nigga switched up behind a chick because he was fucking her, right? And I don't know what the hell happened between them, but he started acting real shady. But me and him was supposed to be cool friends. When I called him out on the fuck shit that he did, he started gaslighting me. This is male, but this nigga supposed to be pro-black. This nigga supposed to be.
But the thing is, though, Priscilla.
Oh, you asked me a question. She asked me a question how I got here. So let me tell y'all something, okay? I'm gonna tell y'all something because I'm real serious about what I do, and my movement is growing. And I'm not finna justify. I'm not finna argue with nobody. And I told them this the same thing on Sonetta. If y'all want to know why y'all ain't gonna challenge me on what I'm teaching these women, because I don't give a fuck about these dudes at all. I don't care what they talking about. I don't care what they think. My message to women is changing their minds so that they can stop being abused, so they can stop being confused about why men behave the fucking way they behave, so that they can build better relationships amongst themselves, so that we can help the community, because it's gonna take women to do it. So if anybody's trying to challenge me on that, I'm telling you, I'm at this point, I'm done talking to people. So I'm gonna tell you how I came to this conclusion, why I do what I do, and I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with this, because what is it to say? Because I don't operate in the pro-black space. I don't, and I'm not talking about niggas. I don't care. Okay, I care about women all over the globe, black, white, Latina, Hispanic, Asian, Arab. I care about them. These niggas, these reckless motherfuckers that's raping these women, fucking their kids, killing them. I'm not talking to them. Now, I'm finna say what I'm saying, and then whatever y'all say is cool, but I'm not going back and forth on this, because I'm not here to challenge.
No, I wanted to know how you got to a certain point. Yeah, I really do, and I'm very interested in how you got to a certain point.
Yeah.
Finish your story.
Okay. So after all this, here's the thing. It ain't me. I'm not a bad person.
Okay. Curlin says, being done dirty by the opposite sex isn't exclusive to women. That's a human condition. Ask me how I know. And so this is the thing about men, right? This woman right now is telling us something. And most of us as women, most, not all, most of us understand everything she is saying. We understand why she is emotional right now. We understand that what she just said, it sounds like nothing but truth, because she's emotional. And she's like, I don't give a fuck. And she's saying she's not talking about black men. She's talking about all men, right? But I'm saying this. When people give you their trauma, especially if you ask them for the information, it should be respected. It's not there's people in the chat, the men mostly, laughing. We have grown-ass men like Curlin trying to say, well, you've been done dirty, but I've been done dirty too. Instead of just saying, we're sorry for what you've been through, right? You just express, hey, yeah, we understand now. And then you can say, well, you know, other people have been traumatized as well. I bet you most of these men ain't gonna be able to tell you they've been traumatized like the way she says, because she did mention being raped. And even if, and see, you know, if she would have went more into that story, remember when she said the guy wanted sex, and then she said no, and then he put the gun on the table, click, and said, I could take it if I want. You know, even if she then realizes, okay, I don't want him to take it, and she have sex with him, that still is rape. But you know, the men, they would want to fight that. They would say, well, no, that's not rape. You decide to have sex with him. But you don't understand. When that dude put that gun out, he was essentially saying, you're going to give it to me no matter what. If I got to beat you for it. But David, you know what I'm saying? We got Mr. Fantastic talking about women harm more kids than men. Maybe that's because there's a lot of men who not around their kids. But even what he just said, women harm more kids than men, that's a lie. These niggas can't even really have real conversations without lying. You see? Anyway, here we go. We're going to finish. And I'm going to put the link up, y'all. Because I never saw this part. Last night when I got on the channel, they were past it. So I didn't hear this. You know what I'm saying? Like, her name wouldn't be in my title if I had already heard this. Because I'm understanding, right? And let me tell you, I'm a woman. And even if it was a man telling me that he was abused, mistreated when he was a child, all the way to an adult, I would still have emotions for him. I would feel sorry. And I would want to, just listen and not question. But, I don't know. I'm human. I'm considerate of others. Remember, but I said that. See, I'm considerate of others. I treat people the way I would want them to be treated. I'm sorry, did I say that right? I treat people the way I would want them to treat me, right? The way I would want to be treated. And therefore, I am respectful to her and her emotions right now. But there will be other women who don't give a shit. And then, of course, we got a lot of men who don't give a shit. And there'll be some men who will be like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Because, see, they have daughters. And so they might want to hear when women is affected by this shit, even years after they've been abused. These men are fucked up. A lot of the men in the chat are fucked up. They hear and oh, nobody should follow you. You unhealed. But really, the women should. Really, the women should support this woman. That we should surround her and we let her know you're gonna be good. They got other women who've been abused and where they can heal together. This idea that nobody should be around her is ridiculous. In fact, she should be surrounded by women and men who would support her. Now, you may not want to listen to all her words and things like that, but that doesn't mean you can't support each other. Okay, so that was a great goddamn question, though. But I don't think they was ready for it, because we're going to see how it's going to work out. Let me see.
Person, I'm not doing harm to nobody. I'm doing what society said need to be done to get along with niggas.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Playing the submissive role, helping the motherfucker out, and that shit ain't working.
Were you ever in love?
Motherfuckers pulling guns on me, raping me. In 2016, I was raped by somebody I was dating. And he told me, ain't nobody gonna believe you because we was dating. I have had a series of experiences that tell me that what y'all talking about out here is a fucking lie when it comes to men. Because over and over and over again, me being around men, working and listening to them talk, listening and watching how they running their wives into the ground, how they cheating on them with people at the damn at the job, listening to my manager say how when his wife leave the house, he fucking her niece. Right?
Oh God.
I'm seeing all of this for years, starting at 12. And then my cousin is in jail right now because he raped some chick, and his whole life he's been a fucking degenerate. Go in middle school, he calls himself robbing a woman, a candy lady with a damn cap gun. My cousin been degenerate this whole time, and he's been in jail for 10 fucking years now because he keeps doing degenerate shit, and people keep coming to cape for him. They sending him money. They're writing him. They flying to go visit this nigga in jail, but he been a degenerate his whole goddamn life. He's been sexually reckless since we was kids. The boy did something to me and the family didn't believe me. And they still take up for this motherfucker. Okay? Okay? So this is a pattern of male after male everywhere you turn. It doesn't matter the socioeconomic background. It don't matter. It don't matter their profession. It don't matter nothing. The last dude, a millionaire, tries to sabotage his own company to sabotage me because he's jealous of me. Because I'm so smart, I know about this industry and you need my help. So instead, you are jealous of me. You let a nigga steal out of my car. He stole a gun out my fucking car. Right? And then they worked with each other to put it back in a different place that it wasn't and act like I was the crazy one. Now, this is happening with a motherfucking millionaire who's running a company. You're doing this at your own goddamn company. It's something wrong with men. It doesn't matter their economic status. It doesn't matter if they're Pookies and Ray Rays. It doesn't matter if they're short or fucking tall. And so after learning all of this stuff and keep getting the same thing for 25 years, for 25 motherfucking years, it's the same shit over and over. At this point, I have got to now say, what's the problem? Is it me? Or is it something wrong with men?
Let me ask you this question. I've had similar experiences with men. Mm-hmm. I won't sit here and lie. I won't sit here in front to you. I've also had some real fucked up experiences with women. Have you had any fucked up experiences with women?
Nope, nobody but my mama. Nobody but my mama. And I'm gonna tell you, let me tell you some of the experiences that I've had with random women, because I've always been a tomboy and I've always kind of stayed to myself, really.
Perlin said, you're the common denominator in the situations. Ladies, this is how these men think, no matter how old they are. And remember, I'm not talking about all women, all men, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the Manosphere men. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what every man is doing. I've had lots of men treat me well. And I've had some dumbass niggas treat me bad as well. Okay? So I don't see the world the way she does, but we're not the same person. We don't live in the same area. Our life experiences are not the same. And therefore, I'm not going to discredit or attempt to discredit her feelings, because I understand exactly what she's saying. And Sister George even said she understands. She just want to push it on the fucking women. Because she asked her, hey, I've had these experiences with men, I ain't gonna lie. But what about those women? Tell us all the bad things and experience you had with the women. And I'm not sure if y'all saw when she said, but no, only my mom. And Sister George, y'all see how she reacted? Because Sister George said she had a problem with her mother too. Now, I'm not going to go into that. Y'all have to go on her channel and see if she spoke about it on her channel. But she did speak about it on my channel. Okay? And but what's up with this? Where this woman is sharing her issues, her grief, and her experiences, and you didn't want to tell her, well, you should feel that way towards women too? What's up with that? That's that mammy-ing, man. Okay? Yes, a lot of us have been touched. I think the number is higher than what these people think. And the number is already high, but I'm going to be honest. A lot of things that happened to me, I've never told anybody until I came to YouTube. So they don't even know. There's a lot of women who still don't speak on shit that happened to them when they were children. And I haven't even told everything. There's a lot of shit, that I haven't told. So I think the number of women being touched and shit like that throughout their childhood is larger than they even can imagine. And Priscilla is saying, hey, ladies, if you have been hurt, then we need to heal. And, maybe you need to back away from men until you heal. Because I heard her say that when she was talking to, she didn't say that in this screen, I'm not sure, but she was talking to that guy and she was saying that women need to heal. Women need to get up to a certain level. And then if she decides after she heals to gravitate towards men, that's good if she want to. You know what I mean? I kind of, when I heard that, I was all on board of that, Here we go.
And most of my friends were male. I was in the military. All right. I worked in the car industry. And I've not really had bad experiences with women. The only thing with me and women is because I was a tomboy and I rapped and I was kind of quiet and stayed to myself. I didn't really mesh with them because we didn't have nothing in common. But my high school friends, I still keep in contact with them. When things went bad for me, my best friend was a white chick who I'm still in communication with. My other friend, I'm still in communication with her. Women have not done to me.
Somebody said the youngest rape victim in our rape help center is 8 months old. Eight months old, y'all. Wow. That look like that's a man who said that too, y'all. Look what somebody said. If she calls the police or the fire department, it's probably going to be men coming to rescue her. Wow. Wow. If we go through just insensitive. Somebody said the males in this comment section are proving everything Priscilla says, and that is a fact. Somebody said, boom, she had similar experiences with men. It's all women been through this. A lot of women have been through this. Somebody said, it doesn't matter if the niece is screwing her aunt's husband. It's still all the man's fault. Well, oh, Lord. If the man is older and the niece is a child, yeah, it would be the man's fault. The adult's fault. How about that? How about, like, this idea that when we having conversations with people and we all think that it should be equal, right? Or we should find the other fault, the other side at fault too, is ridiculous. Now it's okay. Like if a man got up there and he started talking about all the things he went through, we women would feel sorry for him as well. Cause I know I would, right? But we wouldn't then start saying, Well, yeah, you men do this and you men do that and you men do this. Like I watch women support men who have been abused and who talked about their situation. And you know the one thing women didn't do? Women, pretty much as a whole, in the whole conversation, nobody started doing the tit for tat. We focused on him, his feelings at the time, and what his concerns were, and we supported him as much as we could through our voice, letting him know, yeah, we sorry to hear about that. Did you get any counseling? If you haven't, you should, and things like that. Nobody's just in the chat talking about, yeah, but men do this and men do that. You know what I'm saying? But the men, see, and that's that thing Priscilla is talking about. See, she think y'all can't love. It's almost like, but, and it makes it hard for me to be able to support the fact that you do, right? Because of your actions. Now, I understand why she feels that way. And I do understand why, some of the men are acting like they can, because if a man don't love you, like if he don't love me, he's not going to show me that he can love, right? He loving somebody else. So I disagree that men, this idea that men can't love, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. It's not a right time. Like if I was talking to Priscilla, to be telling her right after she told me these things she just said, to be telling her, well, you're wrong about men being able to love. No, I would focus on what she's talking about, sympathize with her, empathize with her, and let her know that I'm sorry that happened to her. And I haven't heard Sister Joyce do that, but we're going to see. Maybe she will. I don't know. Let's see.
What men have done. Now, my mom, she's something else with her, because my mom went through a lot of trauma growing up, right? And so we could sit up here and act like, back in the day, family was really good, but let's keep it a buck. My grandpa was whooping my grandma's ass, beating her, right? She had 8 grandkids, beating the fuck out my grandma. And one day she got tired and hit him upside his head with a fucking magazine rack, right? My other grandmother, my dad's father stabbed her 8 times. And was sexually molesting my aunt. Yeah. So yeah. So this thing, I give a fuck about women at this point. I have done all that I can do to help these niggas. But let me tell you something. When I needed to go to college and I didn't have money at the time, it was a white woman.
Somebody said, all the women raping little boys, but we ain't going to talk about that. Y'all hear this? Okay. Wow. This is why we can't get along, because we don't know how to empathize with each other.
That saw how much drive I had. It was a white woman who saw how smart I was, and she gave me a $500 book and a $300 calculator and made sure that I got what I needed when I ain't had no money, right, to go there. So it's like women, when I was staying on the street, it was women, right, that helped me from here and there, right? I ain't never had no real issues with women. I've had issues with men though.
Let me ask you a question, because
I wanted to ask something about that too.
Okay, I'm gonna let you right on the end. So if you're talking to a person like me who has had bad experiences with both sides, to where women have fucked me over, women have set me up, and I've seen women in my own family. I've seen women code switch. I've seen women will present a certain way and be the total fucking opposite of what they.
What's wrong with that, y'all? What's wrong with this code switch that she just mentioned? See how she trying to make this equal to what Priscilla just said about with the men who messed her over there. This woman just mentioned code switching. Big time code switch. I'm on here acting like the way I'm acting now. And if you met me in person, I wouldn't be cussing or any of that. That's code switching. I'm not hurt. Code switching don't hurt anyone. Code switching isn't raping anyone, molesting anyone. You see how she doing? What in the hell why are women watching this woman? This woman is dangerous, inconsiderate, selfish. She's the type of woman that she's talking about right now. The woman who will set your ass up. That's who she is. Now with that, I'm going to come to the chat and see what y'all saying, baby. Just in case anybody disagree with me. So we can make it interesting, baby. We can make it interesting. Let me see. But I'm going to take a little mini break to be extra messy, baby. To be extra messy. First, I got to find the chat. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. What's going on, everybody? I just need to know what y'all got to say. Let me restart this because the chat is moving quite fast. Messy, messy, messy. That's me. I'm a little messy. On everybody. I'm over here sucking on candy. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Let me see. I'm waiting for the chat to come back. Come on, chat. Where you at? There you go. Tequila, what's going on? You feel like a celebrity? Girl. Yeah. You should. I don't know why you would feel like a celebrity. But, okay. Going ham. Hey, Moo, how you been, baby? How you been? How the family doing? I miss you, Moo. You and T Will, you know, I miss y'all when I don't see y'all for a minute, but I know y'all working men, so you know what it is. Just know that Bomb loves you, baby. Bomb loves you. Okay. When I think about the good men, like there's some of you here on YouTube. When I mention good men, y'all come to my motherfucking mind. I'm not even gonna lie. And I can give off a list, right? I don't want to do that because I don't want to miss nobody, but that would be like a devastating, a Mr. Kev, a Silent, Moo, T Will. We have Mr. Music. We got, it's so many. We got Sa Passe, who's a young man. You know, it's a few. It's even some men who I think about who used to be over here, but they're no longer over here. It's a few of you who I consider to be the men. When I speak about men, I think about you. Right, because I know you have families. You whether you're still married or was once married, and maybe not, and you're single. None of that. I'm not judging you on being good just because you're married or not. Right? It's not. It's about you being responsible, being fair, taking care of your families, doing good things in the world, not beating down on women. You're not beating down on men. As a group, you know what I mean? We might beat down on individuals. And then when it comes to you women, oh, so many of y'all, man. It's just so many. Like, I be thinking, she's young. I love her. You know, we got the women my age. We got the women who's a little younger than me. And then we have you middle, you know, in your 30s, and then we have you in your 20s. It's so many that I consider y'all family. You know what I'm saying? But y'all know me. Y'all know that I do treat people the way I want to be treated. And sometimes I treat people the way I want to be treated, and they don't treat me the way I want to be treated or the way I treat them. And then that's when I gotta be nasty to their ass. But then after I'm nasty to them and we come back on another panel or something, then they have changed their minds, right? Because I know that these men on YouTube, for the most part, in the manosphere, they want to beat up on women. And so that's why somebody like Sister George don't get the respect that she would have gotten if she wasn't such a mammy, right? If she wasn't a mammy, she would have swung back on these dudes, and then they wouldn't be coming for whenever they want to. But whenever Bernard Riley and any of them men, when they decide to make them the target, they do, baby. When Kevin Samuels decided to go at her because he wanted to take up for Jessica, then he did that without any words. But see, Kevin Samuels wouldn't have dared say the fucking thing bad about me, baby. He was scared, as he should have been. He didn't have to be if he would have respected me the way I respected him in the beginning. See? But I had to teach the nigga a lesson. And some of you mammy ass bitches, you scared to teach lessons. You only get taught lessons by dumbass niggas. How you get taught a lesson by a dumbass nigga? Girl, you talking about? Anyway, I nitpick at you. Who nitpick at you? Well, listen, I only nitpick at what I heard and what I saw. Now, if I had saw or heard anything different, because I'm gonna be honest, you see the title in the title. You see the title. The title don't even mention you, even though I was gonna play your video, right? I didn't mention you because I was gonna nitpick at Priscilla. That's what I said in the beginning. If you listen to my beginning, I never even really mentioned you, right? But when that video started playing and the words started escaping your mouth, baby, like, what you want me to do? You wanted me to act like I didn't hear and see what I was seeing, baby? That's what you wanted me to do? You wanted Bomb to, give you a pass like you're not doing the other women? You know what I mean? You want to talk about how they so masculine. I'm okay with you calling me masculine because I'm a masculine ass bitch. You see what I'm saying? I'm masculine. My husband has never called me masculine, though. If anything, he says how soft I am. When he squeezed me and I go, ooh, you know what I mean? So I don't give a shit what other men online said. And ladies, you shouldn't either. And you definitely shouldn't be caring about what no woman who's against women have to say about you. If we want to get all together and go have a hot girl summer, in fact, I'm gonna put the link out, but give me a second, y'all. Let me find it. I'm gonna find one. Let me find what y'all think. WAP, maybe WAP. Let me find it. Let's see. Uh-huh. Okay, certified freak, 7 days a week, wet ass pussy, make that pull-out game weak. Woo! You fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring that bucket and the mouse for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, catch a charge. Don't make me do it, baby. I'm gonna stop. Okay. With that wet ass pussy. Why would another woman care about other women talking about their wet ass pussy? Only if you're jealous. So I'm gonna say this. What time is it? It might be too early. Wait, what time is it? It might be a little too early. It's early, but is it too early? It is too early. It might be a little too early, but I'm going to just say this. I got that wet ass pussy. And I don't give no shits about what these niggas online say about my wet ass pussy. And I don't care what no women say about my wet ass pussy. And you women shouldn't care what no other woman care about your wet ass pussy. And them niggas shouldn't care about. Listen, what is going on, baby? Oh, hey, Let's Troll, how you doing? You don't think she's against women? So UNC, when she asked a woman who just said, hey, I had this problem, that problem, since I was, I think she said 11 or 12. She was talking about all the things that, and Sister George said, well, let me ask you this. You got any problems with women? See, look, that Priscilla never said anything about having problems with women. So she just wanted to ask her, you got any problems with women? And then when she said, no, I only had a problem with my mom. And then she said, well, you know, I got a problem with women. Now, remember, Priscilla was talking about being abused, attacked, guns pulled on her. She mentioned money too being taken from her, but she mentioned being put in some bad positions. And when Sister George gave her examples was bitches be code switching. And I'm like, wait, code switching versus guns, attacked, abused, raped, molested, code switching. So let me do this scale. I'm doing the scale with my both hands, y'all. And on my right side is the code switching. And on the left side is the molestation, the grape, the attacks, the stealing of money, pulling a gun out on, beating ass, abusing. Yeah. And I'm weighing it. So which one y'all think? I'm just saying though, the women, are you heavier? No, let me, so I think, it don't mean she hates women. Yeah. Then when she talked about Black women, she said the men going overseas because Black women are too masculine. That don't mean she don't dislike Black women either. No. Oh, okay. So when she said that y'all trying to be out there having hot girl summers, Black women that is, that don't mean she don't dislike women neither. Oh, I'm sorry. You want me continue on? Nah, that don't mean that she dislike Black women. Nah, it might mean she jealous of them. So I guess I agree with you. She don't dislike them. She's just jealous of them. Is that what it is? Let me put this motherfucking link up. Y'all could come up and tell me all about how it don't mean things like that. Okay? So there you go. I'm going to pin it. You could come and tell me. Pin the message. There we go. Come and tell me how anything positive about Black women is overshadowed by these niggas when she said, well, the men feel this. She's not even a fucking man. Like, let the men say what they gotta say, and then the women will combat them. But no, we gotta combat a woman, which I don't even like doing. I don't like combating Sister George right now. I don't even want to combat Priscilla. I don't even want to do that, right? I want to have us come together and we could talk about our issues with each other. But for some motherfucking reason, I can't do that because I can't be honest. Okay, let me stop the share so I can see who came up. I think my sister came up with that. What's going on, Queen?
How you doing?
How you doing? You want to turn off your cam? Let me do it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you turn it off. Okay. China.
Hey.
How you doing, China?
What's good?
Girl. You know what it is. So Queen got up here first. What you want to say, Queen?
I don't think she against women, but I do think they they manosphere. I heard BGS say that they was male identified. So hey, there you go.
Okay, I got you. So you saying she don't hate women, but her content is against women.
I don't think the content is necessarily against women, because like if you sit up there and you listen to Princella act like she just got in these positions, it just happened to her. Like you ain't getting in stuff like that repeatedly without you playing into it in some type of way. You got to take some accountability for some of the things that's happening to you, especially if you keep finding yourself in situations over and over again. At some point, you got to sit back and be like, what am I doing to keep ending up in this situation? And I didn't hear that coming out of her mouth. Now,
she do. She tell women to stop dealing with these ragged ass goddamn niggas.
Well, yeah,
yeah, she do.
I'm good with that part. I'm just talking about on that interview that they had. Now, I will say that with the things that were coming out of her mouth as far as her expressing her trauma, I don't think that was the time to like, well, you need to look at what you're doing. Like there was too much emotion going on. So it did come off a little callous. And Princella did start talking to them like they weren't shit though.
Well, that's only because they remember they was acting like it's her fault. Remember they were saying it's her fault. And then that's why she asked her, well, tell me, how did you get here? And then she gave it to him.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I talk about my traumas, which I do sometimes, I be over here damn near crying, y'all. I don't know if y'all can tell because I be holding it back. Because trauma is trauma. And I'm going to tell you, I went through, my trauma happened so long ago. I've gone through psychiatrists and all that, but that doesn't stop the feelings that you feel through your trauma. And so to have somebody tell you that it's your fault when you know for a fact you ain't do nothing except meet this nigga, you know, and probably he was able to trick you into some shit. You young, right? Most of our traumas happen when we either very young or young women. So
may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
My thing is this, like I listen to Black YouTube, so I like certain interviews and certain things. I feel like that was not Sister George and Concrete Roll responsibility to hold women's feet to the fire when you got niggas in the chat purging on fucking women. I'm trying to understand that it's not like they were in the chat asking realistic questions. They were in the chat dogging her the fuck out. So you think she's gonna let her guards down, even though she did, to the point of her talking about she's being, molested. She was over there being humiliated, if you ask me. And not one person actually say, you know what? I see where you're coming from. I understand your grievance and your hate towards men because of the trauma and things that happened. I didn't hear not one person. If anything, people still was hitting the link after that. I think that next live stream, I don't know, because I didn't watch the whole thing. They were in the chat just dogging her out based on her saying that, pointing out men faults. But how many times we hear and see men point out women faults all the goddamn time? Priscilla, I didn't hear not one lie with her describing these goddamn niggas. Why do these niggas feel like you got to go at her personally if she's talking about what took place with her in her real life? That ain't no personal shot to you. She's actually putting her goddamn stuff out there. But for them niggas to use that and to take that and to say, you know what, we're going to dog her out on based on her choosing a Pookie Ray Ray Thuggo Tyrone. That's always they talking points. Always everybody ain't fucking no goddamn street nigga. Everybody ain't fucking no goddamn thug. So for me to listen to some of that shit is kind of like triggering. And I'm not going, and they call me the pick me, right? I'm supposed to be the pick me, right? Why I see all these goddamn women, soon as she opened her goddamn mouth about these goddamn niggas, y'all finding out, y'all trying to find different things to fight with her about when these niggas been doing that shit in these space for years. But I will never see no bitch, go back and forth with these goddamn niggas. I done heard so much fucking shit on this goddamn platform coming from fucking niggas, and for you to have a problem with what she said. And I want to ask y'all something. Notice I never did content on Cynthia G. I never called Cynthia G out. You know why? Because I know a lot of shit she talk about is fucking true when it comes to these goddamn niggas. I don't agree with everything she fucking say, but when it comes to a fucking nigga, can't nobody tell me about a nigga than a black. You can't tell a black woman about a nigga because we know these niggas. Right. So for me to be dogging out women that's exposing the shit that they're doing, what the fuck do I look like? I don't give a fuck if she is mad, because these niggas purge on black women 24/7. So I'm not gonna put myself out there for no fucking nigga, and them same niggas will dog you out. They'll take from you. They'll rape. They'll do all kind of shit, and they'll harm your fucking kids. That's what I'm just saying.
I got you.
Hey, y'all. How's everything going, ladies?
Everything going fine.
Oh, good, honey.
I'm glad you feel like a celebrity. You know, I feel like
I am
a celebrity.
girl. Everything is about me, boo. You know it.
Well, it's really not about you, but I mean, that's what you think.
It
Want it to be about you, but it's
I'm a
not.
celebrity, and you stay on my pussy. So what's up? I'm here. What's up, girl?
Girl, your name not even in the motherfucking title.
Bitch, my video is though, ho.
Yeah, well, what you gonna do about that?
Exactly.
No,
I ain't got to do shit about it. I can flag your shit down if I wanted to, but I don't
no. Well, you could try to flag my shit down, baby. You could try.
I'm not like you.
Well, I ain't never flagged, girl. You claiming that I flagged anything? You ain't gonna never find my name flagged on nobody.
You know the lie child. You know the lie child, so we don't know what you would do. But
okay, well, I just want you to know you can flag it. It's gonna stay up though.
Any misconceptions that you have about the video, and I wanted you to talk directly to me. I want you to talk at the screen. I want you to talk directly to me if you have any issues. Okay.
Oh well, I don't have no issues. I don't have no issues.
So you was just mad because I had somebody big on my show. That's what it was.
Well, why would I be mad at you?
Because, I mean, you always get up here talking.
I always.
Baby over there, they different than me. And guess what?
I said you just like me, girl. I said you's a messy bitch. Nothing wrong with it. You just like me. Girl, except you think you something different though.
We should be two.
We two peas in a pod. You already know.
Different, Bomb?
Huh?
Two peas in a pod, Bomb. You are always
except you suck niggas' dicks who shit on you and they respect me. See, that's the difference.
Bomb, and I don't think they respect you. Boy, I've seen them streams.
Oh, I know.
You, baby. I didn't see them streams. They dog ass too, baby.
Well, you show me one. Show me the stream. Give me the stream. Let's go look at it. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I didn't see it. Girl, give me the stream.
Angry man on your ass.
Girl, you show me the stream. I ain't see no angry man against me. Girl, give me the stream, girl. I must have missed it.
You can Tommy sold on my your bomb. We remember when you used to be on Tommy Chat. We remember. We ain't forget. You used to be on.
What happened when I was in Tommy Chat?
All kind of deep. We saw you.
You saw me do what? Girl,
you wasn't on Tommy's channel.
You mean listen? You mean when you saw when Tommy was over here? That's what you must mean.
Bomb,
the only time you saw me when you saw me on Tommy. I went up there and I told that nigga I stopped listening to him when he because he wanted me to over there to apologize to me. So, girl, you got it all fucked up.
But
right now, though, I can go by Tommy if I want to. See, you and I are not the same, baby. I was even able to get on Kevin Samuels, baby.
Co-sign him though, right, Bomb?
I was doing what?
What?
What I was doing?
You wasn't co-signing Tommy at one point, Bomb.
I was co-signing Tommy? Or was I not fighting with Tommy?
You ain't never co-signed Tommy Bomb?
I ain't never co-signed
Baby,
Tommy.
you co-signed before you were fighting with him.
Girl,
you was co-signed before you were fighting. Let's not do that.
First of all, me and Tommy never really had no fight. So
second of all, and third of all, too. You was over there co-signing and we saw you.
I was co-signing, so I was over there co-signing even though I had my own channel. Y'all hear this, y'all?
You was co-signing Tommy Bomb.
So what does co-signing mean?
Trying to ride him, child. agreeing with
Okay.
them.
I was agreeing with him. That's right. Okay, y'all.
You sure was.
When she decided to
Now,
stop
see,
lying, because we
hold
already
on,
know
hold on,
this
Bob.
woman is a
Hold
liar,
on,
right?
hold on,
Then I'm
hold
gonna
on,
pull up a
hold on,
video
hold on,
of
Bob.
me talking
Bob.
about fucking time. Because they still up on a channel that still
Bob.
exists. So we'll do
Bob.
that. Okay.
Bob.
And then we're gonna pull up the video
Bob.
that you
I
claim
don't care
that
what you
Tommy
pull
did
up.
something to me. Tommy ain't do shit except he asked me to come over there. I went over there. He tried to get me involved in some other mess. I told him I wasn't getting involved.
Oh, so
He
you
kicked
was
me
over there
off. And then
co-signing.
that
You
was
was
it.
over
And then I
there.
came to my channel and
You was over
dragged
there.
his
You was
ass.
hanging out.
And then that was it.
Girl,
So
you
you're
was
just
hanging out
making
with
up
Tommy,
shit.
girl. We saw you, girl.
I
We
know you
saw
saw
you,
me.
girl.
I know
Girl,
you've
I
been
ain't got to make
watching
it up.
me. You've been
But
watching me
you
just like
said you
your
was over there, and
husband
we know you
was
a lie. We
watching
know
me,
you a lie.
baby. So there we go.
Bomb, you
Don't
can't
be
prove that,
mad.
Bomb.
Don't
And
be.
Bomb, we
Go
all
ahead.
like to see freaks of nature, baby. We like to see freaks
I
of nature.
know.
It ain't nothing wrong with a Bomb.
I know
You ain't
that's
no
right,
man, is
girl.
you?
I know you let that man
Are you a man,
see
Bomb?
all the
Do you have a
freaks
penis,
he
Bomb?
want to see.
Bomb, do you have a
Girl, he
penis?
know I ain't got
Do you
no
have a penis?
penis. But look, he know
Oh,
I
I
ain't got
mean,
no
if
penis.
your husband was allowing you to sell pussy on the internet and my husband was over there viewing, you should be happy for the viewership, boo. Why you complaining about it?
I'm not complaining. Why would I complain?
What you
I got the
sound like? You
money.
sound like you
He
was trying to
watched,
damn.
and I'm just saying.
Look at you, girl.
I'm saying if I wasn't married and if I wanted him, girl, listen, he wasn't just a fan. He was in the DMs. I don't think you
If
know
it
how
was a fifth,
significant the DMs is.
if
The
it
DMs
was
is
a fifth, we'd all be.
the
If
DMs
it
is
was a
something
fifth,
different.
we'd
Men who
all be.
pay don't
Baby,
necessarily be in
and
my
we debunked that.
DMs,
Do I need to debunk it for you again, boo?
Girl,
When you
look,
put the wrong name in, girl. Do I
girl,
need to
you's
do
a
that for you
whole
again?
liar, girl. Everybody remember that shit.
Girl, you know how we discovered how you
You
did that,
told on
Bomb.
yourself
You mad,
when you
boo.
posted it,
You know how
claiming
you
that
mad,
it
boo.
was
You sound
somebody
upset,
had
Bomb.
you. But how could you post some
Bomb,
shit
you
that
upset.
was somebody else, girl? Girl, bye, girl. What
Bomb,
the
are
hell
you
you talking about?
upset? Are you upset, Bomb? Bomb, I don't want you to be mad at me today
Listen,
because
don't
you
be
don't do
mad
nothing but
that
get
your
mad at me
man,
every few months and be
like, don't
bragging.
be mad that your
Girl, I
man,
love
like,
my
big
man. And my
booties and
man loves me, baby.
pretty
Can you say
women,
the
girl.
same?
You pretty yourself, so I can't
How
lie. You know what I'm saying?
please?
You're not you attractive women.
No, Bomb, it's cool. I could be,
So he
I
like
don't
beautiful
care.
women, nothing wrong with
Somebody,
it.
I
Okay.
ain't tripping, baby. I ain't tripping, boo. I just
I
came
know
back
you ain't
here to see
tripping.
what the tea was, child.
You
You
know
know,
it's
we
all safe
drag,
for me. It
boo.
was
Let's
all
go.
about money for me. You know what I'm saying? And y'all wasn't married
Baby,
at
it
the
should
time anyway,
be.
because you know
I
I
hope
wouldn't have.
so.
Y'all wasn't married at the time. It's all good. See?
Mom, as long as you ain't over there
Now
with a
go ahead.
dick and he over there staring, baby, that's what I would have a problem with. But if you got all your parts, your lady parts, and he was over there looking, I cheer him on. Look at, make sure you look. Send him a couple dollars too. Shit, he ain't see you no more. Go.
Oh man, look, we been messy right now,
We
y'all.
gotta get
Look,
on him
Sister
about that.
George know how to handle herself, y'all. Don't be thinking it's more than what it is. We slinging shit at each other. That's all it is.
Child, don't drag.
Okay, but anyway,
This
go
is
ahead.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
having a problem with. Let me ask you this. And I've been listening to the ladies chat and I've been hearing everybody kind of go back and forth with it. The only thing that I wanted her to acknowledge, and I don't care, I get where y'all coming from. I do, I really do. The only thing that I was trying to get her to acknowledge was that everybody has nature to them, and I can't put my own nature off on a man. I think everybody got some bullshit to them. And she was just like, this is basically saying that men have a pathology because they're men. And I'm saying if men have a pathology because they're men, that means women also have a pathology because we're women. And it was like, I was agreeing with the stuff that she was saying about men. I don't disagree. A lot of the stuff that she says about men is true, but it was like, well, women also have a pathology. And I don't know if y'all heard my breakdown on why I have a distrust for women and the issues that I had growing up. And so I was like, okay, my pathology started from the mistreatment of my family. So when I developed a natural mistrust for women, That also started from somewhere. And just like how these niggas look up all these stats and stuff to say that they're right about women, I feel like she kind of does the same thing in regards to men. But women will be like, nah, fuck that. Is that what it is?
No, I see what you're saying, but she is repeating the men. Like, you should be agreeing with her, because don't the men say, hey, men have they have their own, what the term they use when they say they have their own, like men's nature. There you go. That's the word they use. Men have a nature. So that's what she's saying. Men does have a man's nature. She's just saying that it's not positive the way they claim. Huh? Say it again.
Okay, but then do you think that men are capable of love?
I do think men are capable of love.
So why do you think that she's saying that?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that, like, for me listening to her, because I agree with a lot of stuff she says. It's certain things I don't agree with, like the men can't love type of shit. That sounds more personal to her, and she's trying to prove that. And I don't think that can be proven, because I've seen men in my family love their women unconditionally, But I think when it comes to, with women, you wanted her to take accountability for the things she's saying about men. It's not so much point all the finger on men, but also have women take accountability for the men that they deal with. But what she's saying, that women are conditioned to behave that way due to men. That is what she's saying. She's trying to say that men are more so animalistic. So when it comes to women, our upbringing, we go through that stuff. It's due to men and the way men treated their daughters and treated their women. We didn't just start this. It started somewhere. And let's be honest, women that are sexually active at a younger age, it's due from being touched by men. So if she's sexually active with another person, that's going to come from a man. It's not just her saying, oh my God, I want to go suck some dick at a young age. No, somebody introduced her to that. Right. Somebody introduced her. So it started from a man.
So that's what,
I totally agree with that. Now, real quick.
So I understand. Wait, let me say this. So Sister Georgia, like, if because you've been on here and you mentioned your, why you have distrust with women, right? You mentioned that, like you just said, it was in the family. And so I wouldn't then say, well, that's, some of the things going on with you need to get over it. Or, hey, what about the men? I would just listen to you and let you explain and feel and offer you some compassion. So I guess I know you had her on your channel and you asked her a few questions. I felt like she was being attacked, not so much as just by you, but the chat. Like, the men in the chat was going crazy. You know what I mean?
But this is the thing, though, too, Bomb. This is the other thing that I want y'all to take into consideration. When she came over there the first time, she put on a kind of a little bit of a show, right? And she talked hella shit. And she came over there for the purpose of antagonizing the chat. When she came over there the second time, and I'm not the type of person that's gonna stop you. I want you to do your thing. I want you to get your shit off. And that's been our whole thing. Even we had on there the first time, the second time, she came on there, when she came on there the second time, she was reading all on herself. She was telling them that they were stupid. Every time they were super chat, she was reading the super chats, going in on them. We let her do that. Ain't nobody say nothing. Ain't nobody try to stop her. My audience, while it is comprised of mostly women, the audience in that chat, the majority of the audience in our chat that day was her audience, and it was majority of her audience. Now, the people in our audience, they go with us, we go with them. I don't really have like a chat where I try to restrict people from saying what they want to say. A matter of fact, I want people to be able to say what they want to say, because I feel like, especially if people mad, that's generally when you get the truth out of them and you really see what the fuck is going on. So then I think too, people will use certain aspects of their traumas to make you feel sorry for them. I used to do that as a kid. If I knew you felt sorry for me and I could exploit that shit to get what I needed or what I felt I needed at the time, I would do that. And so when she got over there and she outlined her traumas in a chat, or to a chat that is predominantly men, which she acknowledged multiple times, I actually felt like that was to be manipulative, and I thought that was some bullshit. But go off. But it's like, if you sitting there talking shit about me, or you say something, then you need to be able to back that up. But if you go into a certain place and you know what that certain place is here for, and then you start doing certain things, to me, you already know what's up. So I'm not gonna sit here and play with you. She can play with a lot of other motherfuckers like that. I was raised by a master manipulator. I was raised by a Scorpio. No, I seen it from, I seen it, I was like, oh, hell no. And then when I was trying to get to just like to understand that everybody has a nature, and she kept saying that this is all from the programming and this is from men. Well, if you talk about a white patriarchy, white patriarchs had white mothers, and white mothers also had their own thought processes and how they felt about Black people, how they felt about Black women, and allowed certain things to happen to Black women and to the Black race. And so a lot of shit she was talking, I was like, okay, I agree. But then when it came down to female nature, nobody really talks about the dark sides of female nature. And I would have wanted her to have gotten off into that, but we couldn't get nowhere because she kept telling us we didn't understand. I was like, yeah, I agree. I don't disagree. I agree with you a lot about a lot of shit as it pertains to men. Now, I do think men are capable of love. I do think men are capable of love. But when you talk about crime and even with the statistics against women, that shit is true. It can be verified. We did content on that. That's verifiable. When you're talking about a man's nature in the books you done read, and then she mix a little bit of lies with a little bit of the truth, or she'll mix certain aspects of science. So she'll mix psychology with biology,
Right.
then with metaphysics. And that shit don't play out either. And I noticed she did a lot of that. And
Yeah,
I
she
was just
did.
like,
Yeah, she said
full of
something
shit.
about trees
It's funny.
being male and female. So it got weird, you know. That's the part. That's what I thought was at the beginning. But anyway, so yeah, I agree with you. I think, listen, we do have women nature, but I don't know if it's women nature. I think our nature comes from how we were raised, you know.
Raised. Okay,
Yeah,
I can even agree with it.
you see
That
what I'm
makes
saying?
sense.
Yeah,
Because
cause
then when it comes to nature versus nurture, I agree with that.
yeah, you know, even the nurture, you know, so nurturing comes from parents as well, but nature also, like so people make it seem like we all, just because we're women, we have the same, we're going to do the same things, but it's not true, right? Because culturally, I may do things that you will never even think about doing. I'm running into women. There are some women today who don't even cook. You know, so what she's saying is that a lot of the things that we think are women nature is a patriarchal system that they gave to us. They told us. So when she was right, when she said that women back in the day, and I've said this for years, women back in the day used to be the hunters, you know, and the gatherers. And so when she said that, and y'all didn't know, I was like, well, I've been saying that for years, because these men have decided to place a narrative out there and make it seem like they've been doing things. But let's be honest, even with Black men today, even if just last generation they was hunting and gathering, we know goddamn well this generation are not hunters and gatherers.
That's true. That's true.
So that's what Kevin Samuels put out there. He was telling men that they are this, that, and this, and they deserve this, that, and that from a woman. But then the men don't even fit the description that Kevin even put out there. They're not protecting anybody. They're not, you know what I mean? Like the men in the manosphere I'm talking about. They're not protecting, they can't even protect themselves. Most of them live still with their grandmothers and their mothers. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, how they talking about, yeah, I need you to submit to me. Like, nigga, get out your mama's house first. What my sons look like telling some woman you better submit to them, and then when they gonna bring them over to their mama's house. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah, we just try to be anti-simp at the house. We want to make sure they're respectful, but I don't want neither one of my kids getting ran over. When it comes to relationships, I don't want I don't want my daughter to be ran over or ran through or whatever. And then there's certain things you ain't gonna be able to prevent, but we definitely, everybody has to lay a strong foundation and shit. But yeah, that was like the whole gist of, I didn't expect it to blow up or to go as crazy as it did, but
it was a good conversation. Like, it was a good conversation. It was because y'all was holding in there, right? She was saying some things that was crazy, because she mentioned something about straight, like she wasn't answering your question. So you was asking her some good questions, she wasn't answering. She would dive in somewhere else, and I remember she mentioned something about a straight line, and it was crazy. And we were sitting over there like, damn. So that's why her name is in the title, because I thought that's what most of the stream was. But then I went to the beginning of the stream and I saw that, what you were saying. I didn't even know she had admitted, that she had been harmed. And so when I heard it for the first time just now,
it was like, I was sitting there in a state of shock because I didn't expect her to answer that question like that. I literally thought she was going to say that, I had a lot of traumas with men, and then I went through this one last thing, and, I was like, fuck that. That's how I thought she was going to answer it. I didn't anticipate her going into her traumas. I think that was probably the only thing I regretted about the interview, because people will use your traumas against you and will exploit your shit. But at the same token, me knowing how I came up and what I did to make people feel some type of way, I also think that she used it to make people feel some type of way. And that was weird to me in itself. Like, you came to a man's space, you in a man's space, my audience is predominantly male. Why would you outline your traumas like that?
I
Do you think you took that personal? Do you think you took that personal?
No, I really think she got triggered. I really think she was triggered. She used to dominating the conversation. She used to being in control, and that wasn't what happened. And she unraveled. That's what I think happened.
Who, Priscilla?
I didn't really see that. I did
see control to being an emotional wreck. You can look at her, you can see it all in her face, you can see it coming out of her pores.
I don't think it's that. I think looking at the goddamn chat dragging the hell out of me,
right,
and me having a debate on the goddamn panel. I don't know if you ever been in that type of situation. I have. So you're gonna come off more. So you're gonna have to put your guards up, and you're gonna be real active.
I mean, I could believe that, but Priscilla been doing this over 15 years. She been doing this over 15 years.
It don't matter. That type of response, that should have never leave. You have never been in that situation. So
I have been in that situation, and I'm saying what I said. I'm not changing it.
Okay, I have been in that situation. A whole chat dragging the fuck out of me. A whole chat telling me about how I've been molested and using those things against me. I'm gonna come off like a bitch. And everything that come out my mouth is not going to be pleasant.
But China, why would you come to a space if you know where you at and she knew where she was? Why would you come to a space and outline that for them to do that? It would be a difference if she ain't never been to my platform and she didn't know what type of audience I had. But nowadays, every time I have an interview, and especially if somebody doesn't agree with quote unquote Manosphere talking points, we make sure we tell them, look, our audience consists of mostly men. These men think a certain way. They gonna act like this. we understand if you don't have to come, but if you want to come, this is what you need to expect from our chat. She's been in Manosphere spaces. She knows all the talking points. She's debated. She was on TPOT's channel. She's been on the channel with Angry Man. They've had a debate. It's been quite a few people within the Manosphere space that she's actually had interaction with. So it's not like she knew to this. So then I'm like, why would you? Then when it comes down to the chat, when she came over there the first 2 times and she was talking all kind of shit to them, telling them they could suck her dildo, and telling them they
I
wanted her
watched
pussy
that.
and all
She
this
only
shit.
did
Ain't
that due
nobody.
to a response to people in the chat. Because if you remember, they were super chatting you disrespectful things to her first. And she was on the panel just talking to you in concrete. So she was just responding to the niggas in the chat. Let's just keep it honest.
That don't make sense. Why you responding to
But
the
if you
chat if
have
you on
a
the panel?
message,
Wait,
Yeah,
what you said,
but
Sister
if you
George?
have a certain type of message, hold on. If you have a certain type of messaging and what she says, I don't talk to these men. I don't think about these men. I don't care what they say. I'm just concerned about the women. These niggas ain't that. These niggas. That's what she was up there saying. And so
No, I
then
don't
niggas
care
did start.
about these niggas. I don't listen to these niggas. What they say don't do nothing to me and what I got going on.
Okay, who got this one? Bomb, do it.
I mean, I
You
agree.
gotta do
Like,
it too, Bomb.
she
Do
is
your
funny as
Priscilla
fuck.
impression.
She's funny as fuck.
She is.
She's very like she's theatrical. Like it's funny. But
these niggas, I don't think about these niggas. I don't listen to these niggas. These niggas want to come here what I got to say. And I ain't gonna explain it myself to any of you.
I was like, bitch,
Yeah,
this is why we can't have nice things.
she to me when she got to talking about her, what happened to her, you did ask her how did she get there, and people was in the chat saying that she must have been abused. Look at her, she hate women. What men did to her, and so when she started giving the information, yeah, she was in her feelings, which I understand. Like, when I talk about what happened to me, even though y'all may not know it, I get into my feelings. So if the things really did happen to her, she remember. Remember, she started off just talking about money. Remember, at first she went to somebody got me for 40K, and then I think it was 40 or 20, I'm not sure, but then she started getting more into it, and then she said, yeah, and this happened to me. The man pulled out a gun, and based on her experience, I understand why she would and I did see where you kind of you felt for her. You didn't say anything, but I could tell you you looked like you were shocked, like you didn't know what to say.
I don't. But this is the thing. Anybody is a person that's been victimized in that way. I would always feel bad for somebody, especially as a child, to have to go through something like that. I would always I feel bad that anybody would have to go through any of that. But I'm a girl, it happened to me as a girl, so I definitely can empathize and sympathize with her because I went through a lot of the same things that she went through. I went through a lot of the same things. Yeah, it's weird to me on how much shit that she and I have in common as far as like some of our dealings. So when she was saying that, yeah, I was shocked that she outlined all of that, especially to our audience. But she was saying that she ain't have no problem with sharing it. She ain't have no problem with saying it out loud. And I'm like, okay, I don't have a problem with outlining my traumas because I feel like you gotta face your shit to get through it. But at the same token, if I come to a space and I know what the space is hitting for, certain things is for certain audiences. If she had shared that shit with her female audience, that's perfectly understandable. But coming and share it with male audience and a male audience, and you know where you at, and it wasn't that we didn't have any grace for her for those things. But when you get to talking at me and you talking like y'all don't understand and you ain't answering none of my questions, this shit pissed me off because I'm like, bitch, stop playing with me. And I felt like she was playing with me and playing in my face at that point. So, you know, it turned into what it turned into. I still hate how it turned out because I don't like to do that on my interviews, but child, no, no ma'am. You better fucking play with me. Mm-mm.
You
Yeah.
think so? What was the turning point? What did she do to have you snap like that?
It was so with our platform, we have been trying more so to be honest from our own perspectives as it pertains to men and women. I know people don't think we'll call out men, but we do. And we have had plenty of streams calling out men. She came over there. Now, she hadn't watched any of our content. I haven't watched all of her content, but I've seen some of her content. I've been to her workshop. I've purchased 2 of her books. Both of her books I've purchased. Um, for you to sit there and say, well, these niggas don't, they only over here because y'all validate them. Well, I could say the same thing, but it's very diminishing to a person that tries to work on their platform. And I don't care what nobody say. I do try to put work in on my platform in the sense of who we get over there. The discussions that we have, the panels that we will coordinate and shit like that. People doing research. I trying to got somebody doing a little bit of editing. So it's like if somebody comes and says, well, y'all ain't doing this, so y'all doing it because of that. And it's like, well, you don't watch our content, so why would you say that? And you talking at me. You're not answering my questions, but you steady talking at me. No, baby, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work because then I was like, I've shown her the utmost respect. And I don't try to be disrespectful, especially if I didn't invited you to a place. I don't want you to feel like you didn't came over here and somebody trying to set you up or play with you. Like I don't do that kind of shit. So when she said that, I'm like, bitch. She said something.
I
When she said that y'all only got these men over here because y'all telling them stuff they want to hear. I'm like, you could have possibly said that at one point. I told her, I was like, yeah, at one point you could have definitely have said that. I was like, but we've been really focused on trying to have a really, really honest conversation, even as it pertains to them. So we try to call it out on both sides. Now, people may not agree on either. We can be talking crazy from both sides, but we really do try to call it out from both sides. So I'm not gonna sit over there and tell her what she doing on her platform is bullshit and this is why she got a female audience, but the same assertions could be made on her end. She validating women's experiences and using confirmation bias to garner her audience. I didn't do that.
yeah, no, I agree with you.
That's her.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying right now because you would ask her questions and she would pulling out books and going down different avenues, wasn't answering, and then I could tell you it's frustrated too, right? And so that's the problem. Like you gotta let it out when you need to let it out. Don't hold it in, and because by the end you was fed up, baby. By the end you was like it looked like you was in my mind. Huh? In my mind,
I felt the crown then, honey. I felt the crown then.
Yeah, in my mind, I saw you lunge for like you were about to choke her, you know, the way you was like, nah. Concrete Road was kind of joking, you know, like.
I'm like, Concrete, if you don't get your ass out the way, baby, I was hot. Get your ass out the way now. Let me get him.
I wish I would have dismissed her when she got triggered. I wish I would have just stopped talking to her.
Child, it was too late by then, child. The crown was gone, honey. It wasn't even me. The crown. It wasn't even me. It was the crown, baby. It wasn't even me.
It was a good conversation.
Yeah, I know.
The way
Brown make you clown, honey.
But do you see how the chat was dragging her? Like if you invited this guest over here and okay, people do know that, you know, I'm going into this space. This space can be ruthless. I think she get it, right? But you do see how the chat was actually going at her, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah, so I think all of that plays a part too.
You know what it is though? If let's say, give me somebody that's real sweet in space, and I know we got to think hard because we all crazy as fuck over here. Give me somebody that's real sweet. Okay, I'll give y'all a prime example. If Cola came over on my channel and Cola has a certain type of disposition, then I would sit there and tell my chat, y'all better not sit y'all ass over here and show out with Cola, because Cola's not on that type of time. Cola don't get down like that. And if they showed out with Cola, I would show my ass with them. Now, as it pertains to her, she's come over there to specifically show her ass. And the second time she came over there, when we was talking in the back, she was like, "Oh, I'm getting ready to show my ass today." I was like, "Girl, put on a motherfucking show. Do your thing, baby. Do your thing." And she did. Ain't nobody, I ain't have a problem with it. Ain't did nothing. Ain't true. Cause she was giving, when I say she was going at them hard, she was chopping their goddamn heads off. And I'm still go do your thing. Cause they'll chop your head off if they could. Do your thing.
Hold on. No, Aries, I'm not saying that it's just at the Joyce chat. I have seen her on panels in the chat going in on her. So I'm not saying that. I am saying, I'll say this, you're the only female content creator I have seen her on the panel, on channel. I don't see her on women channels. I don't see her
She has
bring
been,
her.
she was on a woman's channel when she did the Charleston White interview. She's been on a few shows. They just haven't garnered they'll garner attention, but just not from our space, if that makes sense.
Oh,
But
okay,
she has
okay.
been on, and she hadn't had any. I think with her female interviews, they've been pretty amicable. They hadn't had any drama for real.
Oh, so you saying nobody gave her pushback like you in Concrete?
No, that's not what I said. That ain't what I said. I just said it didn't end like it ended on ours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it didn't end like it ended on ours.
Do you think that that interview could have went better?
Yeah, it could have. It could have. If she'd have answered my fucking questions, it would have went great. It wouldn't have been no problem. It would have been great.
Um, hey Aries. Same guy named
And
Jay. How
she
you
did
doing?
do an interview with Tanya TKO. Her interview with Tanya TKO went well, but Tanya has a certain type of disposition that I think was really good um for that interview. They had a really good interview. They didn't, but
But that's why I said I
and
ain't
I
think
don't even think that Tanya agreed with everything, but they had a
She
really good
didn't. I
interview.
seen that interview. She didn't agree with everything she said, and she also gave her pushback. So, you know how it come off that interview you did with her? It came off like, and I'm gonna keep it above. It looked more like, oh, okay, I gotta make you look bad because I'm over here in the Manosphere. I gotta make you look bad. I'm
China,
going. No, wait, let me finish.
China,
I'm gonna give you pushback because y'all did give her pushback on a lot of stuff she was
China,
saying.
China. The only thing that I asked her, and this is, I said, if you have men that are over the judicial system and they're over the penal system.
Hey,
They're over
Pino.
the whole world. I did say that, child. Y'all know I can't pronounce a word for shit.
You
When I
thinking
asked
about your
her
husband?
certain
Just
things,
admit it. Just
child, we lost about 5 pounds, baby. I can't keep them off. I can't wait. Um, but when I asked her certain things and she was starting to get triggered, I'm sitting there looking like, man, bitch, you say some outlandish things. If I ask you simple questions, and I'm not asking you questions like, what do you think about this? I wasn't asking her like she was on no stand or nothing. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to get a better understanding. Well, I shouldn't have to explain myself like I'm over here. And it's like, well, goddamn, bitch, you know where the fuck you at? They're like, shit, we trying to figure it out. I said, you got women that kind of fit in the middle. I can't buy into these niggas bullshit. I can't buy into these hoe bullshit. Tell me this aspect, and shit went downhill. I feel like I was aggressive with her. Then I'm at the point now, I don't give a fuck about trying to impress nobody but my family, couple of my friends, maybe, not even them. But the only people that are my general concern is my family. As it pertains to doing content, I love being a content creator. YouTube is fun, but it's not my sole focus. So that shit wasn't gonna make me or break me. But it was like if I'm asking you a question and I'm approaching you a certain way, but you sitting here talking to me like I'm five or some shit. No, baby, that ain't it. That ain't it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That ain't it. I think
So I
if
said
she
she
had
shouldn't have been over there because
kept her
that's
to
a
the phone.
Say it again.
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, I was saying that's why I said that I didn't feel like she needed to be over there because the way she got triggered, she still got issues she need to deal with. She had no business in that space. Anybody that go over there and watch y'all chat, them dudes be in there clowning y'all when y'all up there doing y'all show every week. That's just what they do over there. You know what I'm saying? So
And we
if she
created an
wasn't ready,
environment because I didn't want to what you call it. But hell, we've had women come in our chat and clown. A lot of times they don't get timed out or whatever until they get like hella disrespectful. But y'all, even if a man got disrespectful with us, we cussing their ass out too.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I don't think
And
she's tripping. Is she tripping about how the interview went? Because I don't want to make it seem like Priscilla. I don't think.
girl, she got over there and said that me and Concrete will let somebody fuck with our kids. She said
On
that
her
shit.
on her channel?
no, she said on the interview.
Yeah, she said that.
She said y'all
On
the
your
type of women
interview?
that'll let a nigga touch y'all kids. That's what she said.
On y'all
On
interview?
our interview? No, she did. She said that on
She
her own
did.
channel. Girl, you
She
have to
said up
find the
there with y'all
timestamp for
too.
me.
That was
I
the
heard
first
her
time you
say
I
that,
said.
but
didn't.
I didn't know if she said y'all the type. I think she was saying they got the type of women who would let
Oh,
men.
yeah, no, she said we were the type. And that was the 26-minute video when she said, let's talk about it. That was the title of the video. You go to the 26-minute mark, that's where it said. And I snapped off because of that. Other than that, and then she has gender identity issues because she don't know if she want to be a lesbian or a stud or a straight woman, married woman. She's still married. Telling people not to deal with men, but she got a whole husband. She said the man abused her, but then she got on Same Center, said they were best friends. It ain't even, child, I can't even say. I just,
But you know how it is. You know how these people are on YouTube. It's kind of like this with me. I'm looking at her content. I'm not even looking at her life, her faults. I'm not looking at that shit because let's just keep it a buck. All these niggas that's been dogged, they lied about all that shit. Even Kevin Samuels, the king of the fucking Manosphere. So I'm not about to sit there and rip the girl life apart when I know it's goddamn niggas that their rhetoric is aiming at women and they live a totally different life from what the fuck they claim that they live. So I'm not going to even look at her life because if I look at her life, I got to look at all these other motherfuckers around me. I am just
this
focused
is
on her,
it.
what she's talking about. Hold on, let me say this. I'm just looking at the things that what she's talking about. And I'm going to say out of all her content, I probably agree with 70% of it. And now with the men listening to it, it's highly triggered for men. So I don't want to see women getting in the way trying to disprove that she's wrong. Why are you doing that? When it's fucking
I
niggas
felt
out here,
personally
when
attacked.
hold on, wait, not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. This is what I'm saying in general. With a lot of these women I am seeing in the space, I'm like, hold on. Y'all finding issues with Priscilla, but y'all don't find issues with what these niggas saying about your ass. These niggas dogging you out on like multiple platforms, but you looking at her and you got an issue with what she's saying. What is she saying so different from what the nigga saying? She's telling you don't fuck with that goddamn nigga. I prefer you to deal with a bitch than a fucking nigga to keep your sanity in your mind. And a nigga telling you, bitch, you ain't shit. Period. Your kids ain't shit. Like, bitch, you just ain't shit. You ain't shit at black women ain't shit. And those same niggas, they'll hit your fucking link and act like they cool with you and everything. And then they'll run to their channel and dog your ass out. Because in our mind, we'll say, okay, because he cool with me, because he hit my link, he cool. No, that nigga go to his goddamn channel and talk cold cash shit about you and your kids. And he don't see you no different. You're the average black bitch that will never be shit. Period. So I don't see how the fuck these women can call out Priscilla and her choices. If she's still married with a nigga, obviously she benefiting from the fucking nigga. What she telling majority of these bitches, like, stay away from these niggas. But if you are dealing with these niggas, benefit from these fucking niggas, I don't see a problem with that shit. Because these niggas out here lying about their motherfucking life, they'll get on here and say, fuck these bitches, but be in my motherfucking DMs talking about they'll pay me to see me. They'll fly me here. They'll pay my motherfucking bill. Sipping like a motherfucker. So I don't listen to these fucking niggas. I don't know why these goddamn women in this goddamn space want to go at Priscilla when you can go at these goddamn niggas and these niggas lie about their goddamn life. Because I had a receipts.
They are lying.
I got going at these niggas because these niggas ain't did nothing to me.
Well, let me see. You told me to go where when she mentioned that y'all, when she said that something about y'all children touching.
That was on her video, and that's on the video is titled "Let's Talk About It," and that should have been from whenever the day our interview was with her.
Oh, okay. I think Witchcom said she said it appearance.
I have a question for you, and it pertains to simps. What is your thought process in regards to simps?
That's what they need to be. That's who they need to be because no, seriously, men are tricks by nature. By nature, they tricks. They supposed to be simps. And so if a motherfucker ain't giving you, no, seriously, because everything is feminine. When you give to the feminine, you reap. Because that's the law of giving and receiving. It's a law. You can't get away from it. So if all of the trees, all of the fruits are feminine. When you take those seeds, which are feminine, they come out of ovaries. What do? You replant the seeds into earth. Earth is feminine. Water is feminine. When you plant seeds.
What is she talking about? That's what they started throwing me off. You asked her about simps. And now she talking about seeds and grounds, and she go talk about trees and.
Child, I gotta take my ass back to work. But I just wanted to come through, y'all.
Okay.
It's interesting, honey.
Thank you for coming.
All right, y'all.
Okay.
All
See you
right.
later.
All right. I'm gonna get down to bomb, okay? I gotta
Okay.
go. All right, bye.
See you
Love
later.
y'all.
Same to you. Same to you. Yeah. But I think this woman is a performer, right? I don't have anything against her at all. There's some things I heard her say that I agree with. There's a few things I've heard her say that I disagree with. And some shit I heard her say, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. But there's some things that she definitely knows what she's talking about. When she mentioned, the patriarchy and how the men, and it's not necessarily black men, but apparently the black men learned from Kevin and some of these older black men. They heard white men say certain things and then they decide to grab it up. And because this shit about women having to be submissive and shit. And I've never in my whole entire life heard a man talk about, yeah, my wife needs to submit to me. You hear that in church, when the minister, the preacher, right, is saying that the woman submits to her wife as the man submits to God, right? And so I've heard that. And I've also heard where men supposed to submit to their wives and the wives supposed to submit to the men. But the way, since Kevin brought that out, this is a whole nother, when we as women hear the word submit, it sounds like you're saying We need to be slaves because that's what the men are saying. Remember, Kevin also had the men saying, yeah, she's supposed to submit to you, and you can have as many wives as you want. But then he would turn around and tell the men that they gotta have money, right? I venture to say that even if a man has lots of money, he ain't gonna have women who want to be with him while he has other wives. You know, if that was true, well, Beyonce would be okay with Jay-Z having other women, and she would be over there with multiple wives. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because a man has money doesn't mean he get to treat women any type of way. That's ridiculous. That don't make no goddamn sense. But some women fell for that shit and they be like, yeah, I'm okay if you want to get another wife. I'm like, God damn. Oh, man. Here we go.
And you water them into the earth will regenerate. Women are earth. A man is supposed to give you, but they don't want to give because giving is not in their nature, which is the reason why men had to be forced through religion to give. That's why men have to give their paychecks to the feminine. It's not because they want to.
When did men have to give money to the feminine? I don't know. But
She said religion forced them to do it.
Yeah. I don't know nothing about that. I ain't gonna lie. What you think?
I think that woman crazy.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the religion making the men give their money to the women. I don't know nothing about that, y'all. I can't give no answers on that one. I've never heard of
Priscilla is just on the extreme side of the truth. Because the stuff she's saying, I mean, me as a woman, I know this in my mind because I can't be out here playing with these niggas. It's be dangerous for my health, okay?
Yeah.
So
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What she's saying, she not necessarily lying. She just crazy as hell. She need to go get therapy. She go talk to somebody. Work that out.
Yes. Well, yeah, if she haven't gotten therapy, she needs to go get it. But if she can still have already had therapy and still be very emotional when she talks about her traumas. Because, you know, it don't go away. It just, you're able to just hopefully function in life, you know. But she mentioned, because she sounded like okay. Ooh, so I think she said she's an Aquarius. I've heard her be very powerful, right? And then in this stream though, that's why I was shocked when she gave that information that she just gave. And so I think that's why Sister George says that she felt like she was being manipulative when she put that out there like that. Because that's what
but I think she was doing it because she was losing control. Because if you notice, if you look at her body language, she been looking directly at the camera most of this interview.
Right.
She finna start turning to the side. She about to start looking away. She gonna look up at the ceiling. All of that's not characteristic of what Princella presents when she speaking in front of a camera.
Yeah. So you're saying she looking at the chat like that's what China White was saying. So
I don't know if she was looking at the chat or not, but you know, being a content creator, it's kind of a rookie move to be looking at the chat when you on the panel.
I agree.
Unless you like the host or you running out of things to say, so you look at the chat to keep your show going.
Yeah.
Normally you wouldn't pay attention to the chat while you got a show going on. So if she was, especially in that space, like we know the dudes in the Manosphere ain't wrapped too tight. Why would you be sitting up there looking at what they saying while you up here trying to present your argument?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, because I don't know her, so I'm not sure if that's what she does. Because I did, you know, I think she does look at the chat when she talking to people, don't she? I know I
Yeah, she
don't.
do.
I don't
She
cuss.
engages with her audience because that's normally how she keep her stuff going on. But again, the fact that I don't know what triggered her. I think she got triggered because the past couple of times that she came over there, she just rocked out pretty much. She didn't get much pushback. And I think this time when she got the pushback, it kind of took her off guard
Mm-hmm.
and she lost control. That's what I think happened just from looking at it. Which I get it. She ain't used to doing that. And then, when when you talking to women, you expect women to understand you on a certain level. And I don't think she felt like she was getting that from Sister George and Concrete. So she just lost all her marbles.
He said she lost. Hey, Big J, that's you. Big J. She had a conversation with Charleston White. How that shit go? Oh,
A
I think
hot
it was.
mess. That was crazy.
Was it?
It was crazy.
What Charleston White man is? Ooh, Lord.
He a clown, she a clown. It was a mess.
Oh man. Thank you, Cola, for the cash app. Big J, that's you. Big J.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I think that people are misunderstanding her because she's speaking from a metaphysics uh, um, perspective. If you really have to think very, very hard to where to really crack her code in what she's saying, and it's very um, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, it's a lot of things she say flies over people's heads. So you have to take a second, listen to what she's saying, a second look, and you actually can see what she's saying. Because it's very she mixing with real talk, and she mixing it with metaphysics and esoteric language. That's why sometimes she's saying something, it sounds all crazy, which is crazy, but yeah, it sounded crazy. But when we sit there and think about it and rewatch what she's saying,
Life.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's kind of like, oh, okay, I get what she's saying. I mean, I think I get what she's saying on some of the things she's saying, because you got 10,000 years, 20,000 years of patriarchy, and because of that, because of the 20,000 years of patriarchy, women are engineered to fear men. Um, and we're at a point in it. We're at the point in this time in history where patriarchy is about to be chiseled away into another type of way of view, and it's not going to be a matriarchal society, but it'll be more of a I forgot that term called even Gorian society. Um, I know I'm going out of the weeds though, but I'm just saying that's what I think that she's trying to convey. It ain't no homosexual court cult she's trying to do, because she's never saying anything about. And I'm getting tired of people using this whole phrase. Oh, she's a lesbian. No, that's an option, she said, that women should take.
Yeah,
So
I
she
don't think none of that got to do with
right.
anything she say.
It's lazy thinking. I hear niggas, in the chat room keep breaking that up. I'm like, do y'all think? No, she's not telling women to be lesbians. She's telling women, listen, if y'all really want to change the dynamic of y'all's problems, then y'all got to change how like y'all walk. It's saying like I try to tell the niggas, stop with the SEB, then things might be all right with you. All right, it's the same thing. Like I try to tell these niggas, hey, you gotta stop the SEB. You gotta stop that shit. You can't. You make yourself a little weak out here. Begging women to act right. Can you please act right? How you gonna tell women to act right? You online. You don't got no power to back it up. You got no money, no power to tell any woman online what to do and how that. Y'all here looking stupid doing that. So
I don't think I think her message is for women that have been deeply traumatized. They need
right.
to regain some power and some self-esteem for themselves. And
Hmm.
women that have been traumatized by men. That's who her message is for.
Right.
And some of them gonna stay there. And some of them gonna graduate and move on. And they gonna realize that they need to fine tune whatever it was they got from her and continue to heal. Everybody ain't gonna be able to digest it, nor should everybody be over there trying to.
So, but the thing is that it's like the other night, right? I think it was last night or 2 nights ago. I said, I give her 2 years of this. All right. I think that she's gonna be popping for the next 18 months to 2 years, and it's all going to die down. So, yeah, well, it's
Oh,
gonna be a fun
they
ride.
calling her like the female Kevin Samuels. So do you think that because she using his talking points, she just not attacking the women? She's just talking to them, telling them to better
Well,
themselves.
it's like people was warned. Listen, y'all, what if there was a female Kevin Samuels? I told people y'all got to stop worshiping, get up in Kevin's dick all the fucking time because sooner or later there's going to be a female equivalent, and y'all ain't gonna like it. Now that person is here,
Yes.
and because that person's here now, because she is the Kevin Samuels for women, and a lot of these guys are carrying up in the chat room, in these chat rooms and channels, having a fit, and it's time for people in this sector you to stop being so fucking insecure, and that's the whole point. I think the insecurity, trying to compare themselves to somebody else, and so forth. So it needs to be done. That needs to be dealt with.
Mm.
You know, so
She been doing this for years.
I know,
She
I
been
know,
steady.
yeah, I know
Where she
those.
was at? Because this channel just shows
She
one
was
year
on
old.
Facebook. She started out on Facebook, and when she was on Facebook, she was driving trucks, and you see her with the fitted cap right here. That was pretty much her aesthetic, and she was only getting so far. So then she started doing stuff like showing people that she knew how to cook. So she would cook these meals and plate them all nice and take pictures of them. And it's because a criticism that she had was she was masculine. She act like a man. And so she was showing that she could do feminine things as well. And then the next thing, people was saying that she was gay back then. Hell, even me, I thought she was gay. I was like, that lady is gay. I don't care what nobody say. And here we are now. Now she's bisexual, but the next antic she had married that old man and had them babies. Huh?
No, that was my grandson saying something to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she had married that man and had them children. We was like, what in the hell? So that happened. And then I hadn't pretty much seen or heard nothing about Princella because like even with the Manosphere, I don't follow up all their content either because I think this is insane. But the next time I seen she had blew up over here on YouTube, I was like, oh, okay. So she getting somewhere with her platform. So she's developed herself. So what she does is she presents this message against these men, but she speaks just like them. That's what make them talk to her. Cause she's a woman that talk like them. But what gravitates the women toward her is the fact that she is going at the men by talking like them. The women gonna go where the men are. So The men gonna fight her, and the women gonna come watch, and that's how she builds her audience.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so she
yeah,
been
and the thing is about her. You know, I know somebody would call me a simp for this, right? I don't give a fuck, but I disagree with a whole lot of things she's saying. But the thing is, she's so charismatic. I gotta give her this. She's so charismatic that that she should run for office. I think she missed her calling. She should run for office because anybody goes. If you got a cadence
No, the hell she shouldn't. I don't
and a
want her
voice like
running
that,
nothing.
I know. Listen, I understand, Miss Son, because I'm just talking about the 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 part of that of her charisma and how she do that fast talking cadence is something that is very, it draws in, and I see why men are drawn into her because you're right, because she sound like them, and it piques their interest in what she's going to say next.
Yeah, and they like to fight, so they gonna
Yeah,
fight her, and then
right.
she figured out weave and makeup and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So then she got the steady down. So yeah, she in there.
All right. So yeah. Anyway, though, I need to go to sleep. I was up all night. Then I have to worry about that BGS nigga. So
oh, what BGS
yeah,
was doing? What are you
yeah.
talking about?
Well, he was on my channel earlier this morning. So
I heard y'all
Oh,
this
he
morning.
came over there.
yeah. He showed
Oh,
up. Me and him got into it again. So yeah. So
Who was
so
that lady he
is,
was arguing with?
is the
oh, that
discussion
one.
up or you got hit it?
No, it's still up. It's still up.
Oh, I'm about to share that. I
Yeah.
got to go see what that man.
Yeah. Oh, that was that woman that cussed him out on the Baller X channel. I forgot her name. I think her name is the uh
Huh?
Femi. I think that's her name.
Oh, okay. She was in the chat.
Yeah, she was in the chat.
Okay,
So
cause I was sleep listening.
mm, yeah,
It was like 3 o'clock in the morning for me.
yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this because she was good. See, when she was talking to this guy, but he's a Manosphere dude, and he don't know what he's talking about. So she was able to eat him up easily. It was crazy. Here we go. Let me play a little bit of it.
Is it?
Mom, this is keep doing.
Where's Skippy Tolly at?
It's going you.
Okay.
Well, Obama will hang it up. Well, I talked
Mama,
about it.
it's in you.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't shoot me, Licky.
See you
Don't
later,
shoot me.
BJ.
All right.
Okay, bye, Big J. What the hell going on with my computer? Maybe she just did she take it down? I just was playing it. Wait a second. No, it must be my computer.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you.
Loud.
Mama, he's Skippy doing.
You got Skippy Tolly? You got a shot yesterday? Did you get some shots yesterday?
Wait, is Skippy doing?
Okay.
A manner, he's not there with good intent.
Okay, so first I don't know. It sound I'm getting some. Did y'all hear that? I'm hearing some like static.
I go get down.
Yeah, I do hear.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you sit back? Put the mic down and sit back a little bit. Let me see if it's your end.
You want to mute myself?
Yeah.
See if that's me?
Yeah. It is you. Okay. All right. It is you.
What the hell is that in his background? That look like, one of them back in the day. They used to, what in the hell is that?
So
Okay.
you're saying that you're providing that under with what attached to it? With what attached to it?
What do you mean by what?
Right.
So,
okay. You say you want a woman or a man approaching a woman, right? And it's all his vision. It ain't got nothing to do with her because everything.
Oh wow. Let's see. So, YouTube library. Uh-oh. YouTube. Oh, snap. Y'all can hear me. Oh, Lord. Okay. Yes, the computer died. Oh, Lord. And I'm just here. That's crazy. Let's see. Share. Oh, I can share the screen. I don't know. Oh, she back. Good.
I'm muted. Am I back? Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, good. Man, my grandson passed by and unplugged my laptop without me knowing. And so it goes off. Anyway, yeah, we about to get into that little video, y'all. It was a good video. Like she was this dude, this is how the Manosphere, they think of us as just a body, to carry their kids and shit like that. And so let me see if I can find it, the video. And so see, I understand what she's saying when she end up talking to men like this, And this guy, he really think he's intelligent, so he went over there to have a discussion with her, and she tore his ass up. What's this? What's this? My mom.
Is there sound? Me? Bum, ain't no sound.
Say it again.
We can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, damn. Okay, hold up. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Look, that's some patient. Okay, here we go.
Try to get through it without,
You can hear it now?
so we can get to everything, because the
Yeah,
last
I can hear it now.
nothing. So I don't want that to be the case. This one, okay?
I understand.
Okay. So let me.
I respect your platform. I'm not coming here to disrespect you at all. I'm here to have a discussion. I'm not here to berate you or try to disrespect you, degrade you any kind of way. It's just a discussion.
Okay.
So I'm coming in peace.
Okay. All right. So the first thing he says he wanted to talk about is how to recognize love from a man. Number 2, family versus broken family. And then number 3, gender roles. Okay. So we'll start with how to recognize love from a man. Okay. Go ahead and kick that off.
Well, already a lot of things I believe you discuss in your videos, and I see your plight into getting our women to re-isolate themselves from the man. But the main the main foundation of things you discuss is women isolating themselves, not just to be away from men, but to master themselves, master their, the femininity, mastering the ability to love and cater and be able to be a positive light in a man's life. I mean, in the discussions we'll discuss further on about family, but the main detailed things about seeing a man who has a plan, seeing a man who establishes wanting to spend time with you, seeing a man who wants that will show you to his parents, will introduce you to his parents, will introduce you to his friends, will claim you, and will have a plan for you. He will write it out for you when you discuss it. A man who's really coming there to love you, coming there to build with you, he'll come with a plan. If he doesn't come with a plan, his pursuit is obviously what we discussed before. It's probably typically sex, given the nature and the disorder of what's going on in the world. So if he doesn't even come with a plan, if he doesn't even ensure a mandate that you love yourself and you conduct yourself in a certain manner, he's not there with good intent.
Okay. So first, I don't know, I'm getting some, did y'all hear that? I'm hearing some like static. Like who she is, and y'all create a place together that allows for you both to exist without her having to abandon her identity. But no, sir, I do not believe that you have an expectation and your expectation trumps her. But the second thing, provide what? Provide what?
A established man provide not only a legacy, provides inheritance, provides an environment for her to flourish, and be an environment for her to be a wife and a mother, and an environment for kids to flourish as well too. Provide an environment where if she doesn't want that, it's upon her choice. But a man is supposed to come into your life to relieve the stress out of your life, to get all the tedious things out of your life. And then the only expectation, a real man, from my experience and things that from our different perspectives, is a man supposed to be taking on a lot of the responsibility, and a woman's expectation should be just to pick up the slack and be the nurturer and be the love and the foundation of a household that sustains it.
Okay, so let's do it one by one, because you said a couple things and I kind of got lost within you. So give me a bullet point.
So protect is one.
No. I was looking for provide. What are the things that you provide?
Security.
Okay, bullet point. Okay, security of what?
Finances, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, someone who guards the things you built up in your life to sustain.
Okay, so with the nature of men that we know, okay, masculinity does not actually protect. That is not a trait of masculine energy. Actually, masculine energy conquers. Feminine energy protects. That's why they call it mama bear. Okay, so the protection comes from the feminine side. So we'll get to that part in a minute, but security, okay, you say financial security, okay. Women have their own resources. So she's secure in herself, in her own space. So she don't need you for resources, right? So you're saying that you're providing that under with what attached to it? With what attached to it?
What do you mean by what?
Right.
So,
okay.
If
You say you want a woman, or a man approaching a woman, right? And it's all his vision. It ain't got nothing to do with her, because everything you said is about what you want when you approach her. It ain't necessarily about what she wants, because you want a family. You want a baby. This woman might not want no kids. She might not want to. Maybe she already on her thing. She got everything that she wants in life, and she just wants to be happy and just have companionship with somebody. But you want to put your desires onto her, say that you're going to provide a house or a security or whatever, so you can have a family. Where is she included in that? So if you're providing financially, what is attached? What motive, what expectations do you have attached for her to come into your world? Because I don't teach women to enter a man's world.
I understand. So for your followers and for what you're teaching, what are you teaching the women to expect from it? How should a man come address, or what should he present to a woman for her to say, I can add him to my world?
I don't teach them to tell men what they expect. Because I'm very good at manipulation and understanding dark psychology and stuff. So I understand that the more information that you give a person, the more he can pretend to be some shit that he ain't. So
Can I turn it off? Mama got to speak. You gonna take it to your room? You're not gonna take it to your room? I gotta listen to this? I don't want to listen to this. My grandson, y'all, my grandson. Come on, Licky, Licky. My mom.
Oh no. This pink is coming.
Yeah, go. You don't want to go see your daddy? You go by your daddy. Go show your daddy.
No.
Why?
Because they don't.
Well, I don't want to hear it though. I already sung it to you. Okay, so I know it's you. I know it's you. Licky, Licky, it's you. Okay, bye-bye. Here, take this with you and go take it to your room. Go ahead. Come on, Licky, don't play another one. Lord, y'all, my grandson came into my room and come on, Mama don't want to hear it. I have a headache. Mama had a headache. Oh Lord. Hold up, y'all. Hello, say hi to the people. Say hi to the people. They can't see you. Say hello. Oh man, you want to wave. Okay, but my mom say you could talk if you stop. I don't want to hear this.
Yeah, you do.
I don't. I don't want to see no Skippy toilet, Nikki.
You sound cute.
He is over here with the iPad playing. I don't want to hear Skippy toilet. Girls a toilet with the heads in it. He toilets lining up on the parking lot. Come on, man. What are you doing? You want mama to smack your butt? Okay, then stop it then. Okay, good boy. Okay. Anyway, y'all, I might have to leave. See,
Mama, can I push this button?
yes, you could push the button. Oh my God. Y'all listen, I'm coming back later. My grandson want to play, so I'm going to play with him. Okay.
Well, thank you for having me up.
Huh?
I said thank you for having me up.
Yeah, you welcome. You always welcome to come over.
Skippy toy is so here and outside.
Okay. You want to go outside? You want to go swim to the pool? No. You want to go swimming?
No.
No.
Get down.
You could go tell your dad to take you outside. Walk outside right now.
No.
Oh Lord. Okay, y'all. I gotta go. He don't want to participate in no fun. But we gonna come back and view this video. If y'all haven't seen it already, go check it out. I would like some clarification on some of the things she said, but I agree with a lot of things she said in this video. You know, because the men want to control us. They want to tell us what we should want. And, you know, this guy is saying women, yeah, the man going to provide this, that, and that. And we're like, well, suppose there's a woman who don't want that. And then he going to then finally ask the question, like, don't she want to have family? And then she going to be like, well, not all women want to have children. The idea that some of these men think that all women want children is so false. Okay. Especially when there's no guarantee that a man is going to stick around. You know, it's scary. I would be afraid today because if I was a single woman, you know, thinking about having children, because I see in the last, 30 plus years that a woman can get married and have children, and that man could leave. They could end up divorced. See, I didn't even consider hubby divorcing me. I just wasn't having no children until we were married. But the truth is, I never considered the fact that we might get married, have children, and then he might up and leave, because it wasn't really a big thing back then like that. But yeah, potentially we got to understand we can always be single mothers because men can decide to leave or decide to get crazy on us, telling us he want a sister wife. He want me to have a sister wife. Okay. Pow, pow. Thank you, Ricky. Anyway, y'all, I gotta go because he got something playing in the background. Yep. Anyway, Priscilla, as far as Priscilla is concerned, I'm not against her. And I agree with a lot of things she say. Some of that shit crazy too, though. Some of that shit is far beyond claiming that men can't love. Like, why would men want to provide to women if he don't love her? You know, he can have sex with many women, right? But they end up getting married. A lot of men end up getting married, and that's because they end up realizing that they can't, live without her, I guess. Whether that's considered love in the beginning or lust, whatever. We need to open doors so we can get this. You want to open the door? Okay, yeah, I'm gone. Luke want to play. He controls me.